Commerce Commission, August 28th, 2024. All right, start with roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House is absent. Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan is absent. Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Present.
Commissioner McClure is absent. And Commissioner Uli.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's start with item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So, is there anyone in the audience wanting to talk about something not on our agenda today? And so any of the items we'll come across are the normal items, but if there's anything else that you wanted to bring up that's not on here, okay? Everyone good? So yep.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Currently, we do not have any virtual participants. We did receive written correspondence from Sherry Ray and 2 submissions from Pamela Barr, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
All right, great. So we are on to item B then, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of August 14th, 2024.
Move for approval. Second.
All right. Either way, we'll give Commissioner Drury the first and Commissioner Uli the second. All right, under discussion, are there any edits?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
so on page 9 of 9, under the commission comments, I think that the compass rose was also, we asked it to be larger, as I recall from our discussion.
Which one bullet was it?
It's the bulletproof way down below. Study the compass rose to be more compatible with the design. It wasn't just the compatibility, it was the size of the compass rose. We thought it should be bigger.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was clear.
Yeah, I understood
Okay.
that.
All right,
you.
sounds good. Easy enough, all right. Commissioner Ensberg?
Yeah, I have a number. It was an interesting meeting last time, and under the, on page 7, under Felinda, this was the cow. I think that the first statement, the commission is saddened by the loss of the cow sign element. It was brought up that it is a sign, it's not just a finial. And hope that the owner can work with the insurance to replace the cow. That's how I would say that. The insurance really isn't part of our issue, it's not part of our purview, but we did get into it. We did talk about it. So I would suggest that we state it in that way unless there's objection.
And I did watch the video of it, and it was vague as to, because the conversation went around a couple different times, and so where it was landing was both sort of two. It seemed like there were two supportable decisions. And I think the one that was more what everyone would like is the cow to come back, and I think there was a request to kind of look at a way in which the cow can come back anyway. And then the other was if it can't, then this other, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. So I think that I'm just adding to the
What you saw?
I'm adding to the agreement of confusion.
Yeah, it was.
I agree. It wasn't super clear, but it was that everyone seemed to want the cow back, but also understood the challenges with the insurance issues, and so it was kind of holding these two ideas that were contradictory in a certain sense, at least as far as the facts were at the time, but wanting the cow back to come back at the same time.
Well, if I might, Chair Grumbine, just let me say the other corrections that I'm proposing,
okay.
and then you can, we can decide where to go with it. So on the second one, replace the cow with a restored original or a replica in its original location. If that choice is not possible, then the commission would accept the loss of the cow and suggest the cow in a bas relief and with a commemorative plaque to be installed on the Canon Perdido elevation of the building.
That was exactly right.
So it wasn't, we weren't suggesting
Yeah.
a plaque with an image. Anyway, I think that's more clear, the way I
I think that,
said it.
that last part for sure. The replica, so that was also part of my questions that couldn't be answered as I was watching the video, was at various points, the cow was described as no longer existing at all. And then at one comment, it was in the parade. So is there clarity on that?
Yes, this is a difficult item.
Yeah.
It was, my recollection of the conversation was that the original cow shattered into pieces and that they made some sort of, and this did not come from the applicant, someone in the audience said that that the cow was in the parade. We don't have any confirmation of that. We don't know if that was a restored original. We don't know if that was a replica. I think for the purposes of these comments, you could clarify that I think it would be appropriate to say replace the cow with a restored original or a replica as suggested by Commissioner Ensberg.
Right. And
You can't restore the original, it's gone.
Well,
Restoration-
someone in the audience was saying that the pieces had been given to
they gave it to the high school.
high school, and so, I mean, it could be just pasted together,
That's not gonna
cow Frankenstein thing.
There was quite a bit of discussion about the condition of it and the frame and that it was
We have to
metal.
avoid a discussion about it. We're just making edits to
To the
minutes.
minutes.
Right,
Yeah,
so,
for the-
so if I can should I just read it again, what I'm saying?
sure.
Replace the cow with a restored original or a replica in its original location. And then, if that choice is not possible, then the commission would accept the loss of the cow and suggest the cow in a bas relief along with a commemorative plaque to be installed on the Canon Perdido elevation of the building.
I think that's consistent with what we say.
Yeah, okay.
And that bottom line, preference was to restore the cow on the top of the building. That was what everyone really wanted, recognizing there were challenges.
And I think that phrasing of it does work with that. The only last piece that I think needs to be decided on is the commission is saddened by the loss of the cow sign element and the insurance ramifications to the property owner should he replace the cow.
So we're saddened about the ramifications the insurance company is imposing on the owner? I don't think we care about the ramifications of the
Right.
insurance. I mean, we're saddened at the loss of the cow.
Yeah.
So would it be appropriate at that point just then to remove this part about the insurance?
I would.
I would,
Yeah.
even though we talked about it. We talked about a lot of stuff, but
I mean, they're not our friends,
Yeah,
but we don't need to.
And I wonder, because this is just for comment, so it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't, and that's part of the challenge, because there wasn't an actual motion for it. Okay.
yeah, so the commission is saddened by the loss of the cow sign element, period. And
Yeah.
prefers that the cow be restored to its original location.
And if not, then there's other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's consistent with what we.
Yeah.
Okay, good,
ultimately
okay.
talked
It was difficult, that one.
Yeah, and the obvious thing is, because this was just comments and opining, when it comes to the commission for an actual decision, this will be noted, and that discussion's noted, but it was also not a clear
binding.
directive. Yeah, it wasn't a motion to do something with those comments, so it was just
Okay.
some comments. So it was, they'll obviously
A few people's
rewatch it.
opinions.
Yeah, yeah, they'll obviously rewatch it when they go to come back. Okay.
Okay.
And pardon my interruption, just through the chair to the rest of the commission, just one clarification on this last comment. We can leave it in the record because it was included in your comments and said at the hearing, but I just wanted to clarify that this last comment encouraged the applicant to reach out to the city to see if there's a possibility that they could help restore the cow to its landmark position. I did confirm with the city planner that the city can't offer any sort of assistance in terms of insurance or security. So we can leave that comment in there, but ultimately the city can't offer the owner any assistance in that
That makes
matter.
sense. I mean, we did say that, so.
Yeah, so having it in there is fine. Okay. Okay, any other
Okay,
edits?
yes, I have on page 8, this is on the Franceschi Road. There were, I believe it says, how many commissioners can support the losing of the house? I think it was 7-1.
I think they're saying 7 out of 8.
7 out of 8 pass, is that what it's saying?
Yeah.
Is that what that means? Okay. Okay. Okay.
I think it
and
could be
then-
noted either way.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So then on the next page, just, so where it says 5 out of 8, is that what that means?
Yeah.
Okay, 5 out of 8. Okay, then under the comments, I just had a couple things. I know this is minor, but I would think it would be better to say the commission appreciates the thorough and informative presentation, as opposed, I know that's. And then I didn't know what the sandstone inclusions are under the third bullet. What is that?
I believe that was what Vice Chair House, the verbiage that he used in the hearing, which was why that's what we captured in these comments. I'm not exactly sure what that phrase means.
you know what it
I
is?
don't know if
Do you remember?
anyone who was at.
Some blocks of limited concrete, as walls is being poured,
Like decorative?
whatever.
Imperfections, I
Oh,
think, is
okay,
probably
okay,
what he means.
okay.
Inclusions into the concrete.
Okay, all right.
But we're not gonna see that again. So, a difference.
Oh, well, anyway, okay, so, and then under, the commission accepts the loss of the house. Can we say the majority? There was one commissioner who did not.
Who was it?
Yeah.
We'll take
I wasn't there. But I was yelling
It wasn't you.
from YouTube.
The majority, so the majority,
Yeah.
is that okay?
And there was a vote to show that too, so
Yeah.
I think
And
that
then,
makes sense.
under this next one, it says, consider making the design less like a memorial and more celebratory. I was going to suggest study a design that is lighter and less like a memorial.
It was the, I don't remember the verbiage.
think
or
it's
where they're
okay?
pulling this from, but were those,
It's more or
And-
less the
and
same,
memorial.
saying more or less the same thing,
Yeah.
but we did say,
What's accurate.
huh?
the
You
main,
think it is?
the main question is, because it wasn't very clearly stated, but were the words memorial and like less memorial like and more celebratory like used? And if they were, then it makes more
Okay.
sense. to
Yes,
kind of-
through the chair to the rest of the commission, that is the verbiage that was
exact.
used at
Okay.
the.
Okay. We just have to,
Okay.
okay, that's all. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other edits? All right, so we have a motion and a second with those edits, so let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Commissioner Butler?
Yes?
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes,
Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are on to item C, approval of the minutes of historic landmarks consent meeting of August 14th, 2024.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, thank you. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Drury. To staff.
Pardon, through the chair to the rest of the commission. So we've got a little bit of a policy change. We are approving the minutes from the last consent hearing, and then we'll go on to ratifying the
today's.
motions for today's hearing.
Gotcha.
you're
So there
just-
isn't anything for the other ones, it's just a matter of a vote.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Okay.
would just be going over if you have any edits
Edits.
to the minutes, although neither Commissioner McClure or Vice Chair House is here, and those were the two people attending, so it might be best to leave them as is, but if anyone had any edits to this,
Yeah.
now would be the time to.
Okay, so under discussion, is there any discussion about these minutes or edits to them that you think need to happen? And if there's serious enough things, I think we would table them, but ideally not. But I table them until we get Vice Chair House or Commissioner McClure back. Not hearing any? Okay. Let's have a roll call vote then.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, great. On to item D, ratification of action taken on the consent calendar from August 28th today.
Motion to ratify the calendar of today.
Second.
All right, great. We got a motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Butler, and then to staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Item A was 800 Santa Barbara Street, which received project design approval and final approval. And I would actually like to request an amendment to this motion. I forgot to have you at the hearing condition in the minor change that the applicant presented to the footer of the door. So if you would be able to amend the motion to include that language. And then but it received project design approval and final approval with findings. And then,
Do you want to do that now?
So, yeah,
Yes.
so, just to be clear, what is the amendment?
I believe the applicant made some alterations to the footer of the,
Oh, the lower portion of the
Yes.
changing the gate to railing? Yeah, okay, so I would say, yeah, to the lower portion of
The bottom rail.
bottom, well, so what they basically did is they turned it into sort of a Dutch door but in wrought iron condition, where they have a lower, that's just a railing that stays, and the upper part can be opened and be
So
more
they changed the
visible.
bottom rail?
No, they added a middle rail. So they had the bottom rail, they had it originally as double full height gates, and they wanted to change it so that the lower is fixed and the upper, and so to do that, they added a bar in, which still matches, and they had it on their printed drawings, they didn't have it on their digital drawings. It looks fine. Yeah, it looks.
It's like a stabilizing bar. in
Yeah,
other words.
exactly. And basically, so that people can sit, have it open, and it's just the bottom rail is still there. So it seemed fine.
so does that verbiage look accurate to you that with the condition that the lower portion of the rail be fixed?
Yes, that works.
Perfect, okay, so that's the motion for item A with the project compatibility findings. Item B was 107 Jorgensen Lane, which received project design approval and final approval with this little error that I need to delete, with conditions and findings. One, that the stacked stone shall be used to screen the exposed pool wall. Two, that Ball Creek coping and sandstone finishes are acceptable. And three, the project compatibility analysis findings have generally been met. And four, the hillside design district and slope lot criteria have been met. And then item C was 2801 Verde Vista Drive, which received project design approval with the project compatibility analysis findings.
And Chair Grumbine, was this the one where you had the correction?
Yes, and as you can see, it's been corrected in the minutes from
For the
Bilston Architects
yeah.
to the correct applicant.
Yeah, that was the old architect for a project which we reviewed, and then they changed architects, but they had our notes from last time, and they did some minor adjustments, which all look very much good and in line with the historic house. So, and then they're going to be coming back for final. So with all the details with half timbering and other things. So
Chair Grumbine, on that first one, the 800 Santa Barbara Street, when I was looking at it, it felt, I don't know, I guess you guys looked at it and you thought it was great, you thought it was fine. I felt like it looked like, because of it being such high, I'm assuming that this is some kind of security or something like that, but it felt very, almost like a trash enclosure. I felt like the tallness of it was very, not as elegant as I would
As it
like to
could have
see.
been.
Yeah, as it could have been,
yeah.
but it didn't feel like I saw that it was labeled as a patio.
Yeah.
It's a patio, and it didn't have them there before, and then they put them in, but it's not like a railing, like above on the building, there are railings that are low. It goes all the way up, and it just looked very utilitarian. I thought it looked like a utility area instead of a patio, almost like a gated community or a,
Yeah,
anyway, you didn't have those
It-
concerns?
It's all set back and underneath that whole second story that stands way over it. And it seemed like a lot more like ways in which arcades, like on State Street or other places, have wrought iron, that there's public, but they're also, they have some sort of a screening that they can close off. It felt more like that. It didn't, the wrought iron they were matching was all stuff we had approved from the previous design, and it has some complexity to it, so it's not too cage-like. So it seemed like it was reasonable as a a type move, which is throughout the city enough that, yeah. it
You
seemed
didn't-
like it was-
you
Mr.
weren't-
Chair, I think we want to avoid a discussion about it.
Yeah.
I think if Commissioner Ensberg is uncomfortable, we could just pull it and bring it to the whole commission for a full discussion if you think so, or move on, but I don't think we can discuss it.
So yeah, for ratification, I believe the procedure, and maybe Ellen can jump in if I'm mistaken, that would be if you disagree with this motion, and then you would vote to oppose the motion, because we have a motion on the floor to ratify the full board, or the consent minutes as presented. And then you'll have, obviously, the opportunity at the next meeting to finesse some of the language, but if you oppose the motion for approval, you would just oppose the motion. And then I don't know what the next steps would be but if the motion passes, then then it's
Okay.
ratified, and so that
So,
motion is
well,
ratified.
is that true, or can any HLC member
Pull
pull
it
up
to the-
on their,
I'm not
on their own an item from consent
So
to?
rather than denying the decision, I think the best course of action for the applicant, it would be if there's concern about the approval or conditions, then you could request, Commissioner Ensberg could request the commission, what Mr. Uli essentially said would be, request that it be reviewed by the full commission. We would schedule that as soon as possible, of course, and then it would be a discussion amongst the full commission to then, again, make a decision, but that would also be by a majority vote if others agreed. But
Oh, I see.
does that, today,
Okay,
does
so
that
the
make
way,
sense?
so the way to pull something up is to ask that it be pulled up, that the commission feel that it should be pulled up, and then by vote, majority, then that can be the way that it's called up. It's not automatically called up by one commissioner's desire to pull it
That's
up.
my understanding, correct. And
Okay.
if if that doesn't pass, or if the commission does not agree with that, then there'd need to be a motion to ratify this approval of this particular, of these minutes, but including this
Yeah,
particular
or including
decision.
or excluding, depending on
Correct.
what. whether it
Depending on
gets
how
called-
the first
Whether it gets
goes.
called up to the whole. Okay.
So I think then what the proper course is, there's a motion and a second to ratify today's consent calendar. That should be set aside, and a motion potentially by Commissioner Ensberg to bring that particular item to the full commission then would be voted on. And if that fails, then the
go back to
previous motion then is acted on. I think those are the steps.
Yes, and then we would modify these minutes to reflect the.
Based on whatever ends
Right.
up. Okay, so, all right, are we good?
Do you want to pull it to the full commission and have a
So I
discussion?
think, so I think the process is, if you feel like you want it brought up, then let's give the reasons for it, sort of make the case, and then you can make a motion for it, and then we can vote it on or not, and then we can go on to the minutes after. Is that clear
yeah.
as a process?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
It's a defining feature, though. Is it not on 800 Santa Barbara Street?
Yeah.
So, in my estimation of
We
it, it's in.
shouldn't discuss it, though.
Yeah. Well, I think the question is whether it's important enough to bring it up to the full commission or not. So I think that's where you're getting at the heart of it. So
And pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, to the commission, just to clarify that this is not a historic structure, and only the sandstone wall is eligible as a structure of merit, and they're not proposing any alterations to the historic element. So it's not a character defining feature that's being altered. It's just here before you because it's in El Pueblo Viejo.
That might make it easy.
And my thought on it was that because it's black iron in shadow set back, and it is part of a language that we use in terms of having wrought iron and go fairly tall too within those arcades or colonnades, it seemed reasonable enough and very much innocuous enough to me. But if the drawings were for everyone to see, and if people, and it was the same as the drawings in terms of the height and that, what they were proposing. It was just a slightly different division. So if people are not comfortable with it, that's totally fine, and we should have this conversation and see if we want to pull it up.
Are we still on 800?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
So, we're on 800. Does anyone want to make a motion to pull it up to the full commission? Otherwise, we'll move to the minutes. It's fine, it just needs to be serious enough that people feel that it should be the whole commission.
It seems to me that if the resource is really the sandstone wall and not the actual building, that it doesn't seem that important.
Any other thoughts?
Chair Grunbein, did you have help today? Was it just,
No, it was just me.
you? So
Yeah.
you didn't have the benefit of anybody else there?
Nope.
It was helpless.
But luckily I have the benefit of all of you now. So,
Oh, and one other question, if I could. This just came into the queue, and it went to consent. And how was it decided that it didn't rise up high enough just as a project in itself, so it just went to consent?
Yes, it didn't qualify. We
Okay.
have standards for minor projects go to consent rather than full commission. And I think if we don't have any motion on the floor to pull it, to continue it to full commission, then I think we should move on to ratifying the calendar, because this is, we need to
yeah,
move
we
on.
gotta keep
Okay.
moving. Okay, so, all right,
Motion? No motion.
I'll let it go.
okay. So, back to the motion for ratifying the consent calendar. Any other discussion? Any items?
Roll call.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, on to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Staff has one brief announcement. 17 to 21 West Montecito Street is going to the Planning Commission on September 12th, and we would like a member of the HLC to attend to represent your last review at Planning Commission. So if anyone would like to volunteer to attend the Planning Commission meeting on September 12th.
And I'm going to be out of town, so, but which project was that for
It's
again?
17 to 21 West Montecito Street. It's the one that had the motorcycle shop. And,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Was there someone that either particularly wants to and/or made the motion that remembers? Because that was like a year ago or whatever.
And I don't have the minutes readily available to
All right, so does
recall what
anyone-
the motion was, but
Anyone feeling pro-motorcycle?
What was the date of the planning commission meeting again?
September 12th.
Which is, I think, Thursday.
Yes.
That's correct. And if you're not clear, you're there to represent the commission as a whole, not necessarily your individual opinion, but kind of look at the minutes, what was the discussion, what were the considerations, and be able to answer any questions.
So you don't have to be the one that made the motion.
Right.
Yeah.
But it does help if that's,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
if
and that's why it usually is, usually the first person to tap is the one that made the motion, but, so, and we can also figure this out offline too, right? Okay, so that might be a good thing, maybe we send around the minutes and then people read it and see who wants to volunteer for it.
Yes, we
Okay,
can do
great.
that.
Great, thank you.
Then we have a presentation from Nicole Hernandez before we move on to commissioner announcements.
This is really quick because last week, when we reviewed the new Mills Act contracts, we had a question about who oversees and that the projects get done. And I just was going to run through one project that just got completed. This is 1731 Santa Barbara Street. And this is the before picture on the left. And this is the after picture when it's completed with a lot of new landscaping and paint. Here's sort of a during picture. This was taken in January in the middle of the project. This is a before of the rear of the house as it's coming to after with the landscaping and all the siding repaired and restored and painted. Here's again like a during and after. They just did an amazing window restoration project. I mean, the windows looked gorgeous and they're massively huge. It's kind of deceiving. Here's the staircase that you all approved going down the rear before, during, and after. And here's the windows before restoration. And then here's like the, some of the interior. We don't review interiors, but they count for the Mills Act. And here's the work being done on the sunroom and the after photo. Here's some after photos of the kitchen remodel. The fireplace was remodeled. This huge, massive window remodeled in the living room. I mean, the money, like I said, we all agree that there's a huge investment in these houses, way more than they receive the tax benefit on. This is the upper, this is the side patio, all the landscaping, the upper balcony of that rear balcony that we looked at, and the bathroom rehab. And this is that Palladian window that they have on the upper floor. So it was a really nice restoration. And one more I just threw in there that was done a couple years ago, that just finished their 10-year contract, is 1624 Bath. This is sort of the condition of the siding when we started. And here's some really beautiful after photos of how they restored the outside and all the landscaping. And that's just two that I threw together for you for a short announcement. But I've found that all of our projects and all the applicants are really dedicated and really pleasant to work with because they really love them. They make them so much better.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for that fun little announcement.
Chair Grumbine?
All
Chair
right.
Grumbine?
Yes.
I just have to thank you so much. I mean, this is so, you can't get this kind of, at least these buildings, these properties are able to be fixed. It just shows the sustainability part that we could talk about a lot, and they're just so beautiful. You cannot get that. I mean, if you tried to get that, it would cost way, 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 way more. So I just want to highlight that and just to emphasize how important it is and what great value and benefit you get from doing it. And thank you to the owners who did it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, great. And then we'll go on to subcommittee reports. So,
Don't we have a couple announcements?
oh, announcement, yeah, sorry, continue with the announcements then, yes. And future agenda items, et cetera.
Well, we have to always, since we now have our Ms. Kokinda back, which we're so grateful to have you here back again, and that everything went so well with your expanded family. But we've been talking a lot about this, and I know you've been talking about it internally, but just to bring it up for the record, this desire to really work on seeing how we might be able to get a Department of Historical Preservation, a separate department that can really focus on our many, many, many historical components of our city. So that was one thing, and then there was this Senate bill.
The Senate bill, AB, what is it?
I forget the number.
AB something, something, something.
AB,
So there's a Senate bill, we can circulate the number, that is, I think, important for all of us to know about and probably do something about too, which is, it's in the context of housing, but it's basically now going after historic preservation as a way of, as calling it basically inhibiting building housing, which we all see very regularly that it doesn't. It just depends on how you look at working with historic buildings, and they're obviously it's way more of a sustainable and thoughtful way and better for the both urban environment and natural environment to work with existing buildings, especially ones built well with good historic materials. So it's in Sacramento now, so I think it's going to be really important that all of us that believe in historic preservation and that know that you can have both, you don't have to have housing or historic preservation, really tell our representatives and try to reach out to people and get people really going on this, because now it's gotten to the point where they're trying to get rid of,
I can make some clarifications
Yeah.
for you. So the bill is saying that every historic building that's designated locally or on the National Register, we have to report it, and I guess we report it to somebody at the state, and we have to report if it's inhibiting any housing. So it's sort of a reaction to a project up north where I think they were going to propose a housing development, and then they went in and did a designation, and so they're kind of weaponizing historic preservation. And California Preservation Foundation, as a nonprofit, is leading that advocacy effort. and they have some sample letters. I think they did a call for letters in early July, and I think they got over 10,000 sent, just because it's sort of a short-sighted, because historic buildings actually provide a lot of housing. Anyway, so so that's what the bill is about. I did, at Commissioner Dordan's request, he asked me to check with Tava if the commission could write a letter, and as a commission as a whole, you cannot. Those things would come from council, and they have a special committee that talks about writing letters to the state as a government committee. But as individuals representing yourself, you can. You just can't represent the commission.
Okay, but there is a path forward for the city of Santa Barbara to write a letter.
The council would have to do that based on committee. So, yeah, and I can forward you, I was forward from California Preservation Foundation. I think
Okay.
I sent it to Commissioner Dordan just because he's on the nonprofit for the Conservancy, which might be a better, since they're not a government agency, more of an advocacy agency, it would be a good place for this. Anyway.
Okay.
And this is the first I'm hearing of all of this, but just because of my first 2 days back, but it does seem like a potential, given that the HLC as a body cannot write in a letter, but perhaps you could, individually go to the council members to request consideration for something like that as another opportunity.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, any other announcements, et cetera? All right, let's keep moving on to subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee meet or have a report? Did
I
you?
have nothing to report on State Street Advisory, but you maybe know more than I do.
Sure, I'll tell what I know for this is for the State Tree Advisory Committee, and I believe per the Eli Isaacson's description in the last or the part 2 or part 1 of the State Street Advisory Committee meetings, because they were split into 2. The general plan was for staff to take it from State Street Advisory Committee with the comments and straw polls that they did on, and feedback that they did from the breakout groups with State Street Advisory Committee. Those, and if you want to watch them, they're recorded. And then take that information and take it by a check by council and make sure that that council is able to see it in process, and then bring it back to, based on what everything that has been said, bring it to a draft form that then goes out to everyone, including HLC, Planning Commission, et cetera, for all the feedback. And this was sort of an added step instead of what originally had been planned, which was to go from State Street Advisory Committee to draft form of the master plan document, circulate that, have feedback, and then revise that, and then be going to, I guess it was State Street Advisory Committee again, and then finally for council for final. So I believe that was generally the structure, and I think mid-September is when the plan is to go to council with this item. So that's the sort of the update of where things are right now. As far as I'm understanding from what the
Well, thank you for that. Mid-September is 2 weeks away. We're not going to see it before then.
no, the
State
only
Street Advisory is not going to see it.
That's right. So the State Street Advisory saw the main documents that they then broke out and voted and discussed, had summary comments, and then those were reported back, and then there was the straw poll vote based on the State Street Advisory. So that was the feedback from State Street Advisory Committee. And then, so no, yeah, it's not going anywhere else until it goes to council and then comes back to, as a draft, all that information gets incorporated as a draft form for review by all the bodies. And so that's what the next time that we'll have a chance to review, discuss, give suggestions, et cetera. We're obviously not the deciding body on it, but it'll go around for all the comments from all the committees and from the public as well. So, okay. Any other subcommittee reports? All right, so.
One
oh,
thing, Chair Grumbine.
Yep.
Just a reminder, we need to, we mentioned it last time, but we need to get our little group together to move forward that outdoor dining guidelines thing that we've been working on that's been kind of sitting there, but seems to be important to try to move forward. But we haven't met about it, so.
Okay,
You and I haven't.
yes. Not that I remember. Okay, yes, let's get that on the calendar. Okay, on to item 1, and we are running 25 minutes behind, but we'll try to catch up here. This is Historic Structures Report for 1528 Castillo Street. So if the applicant can come forward. This is a proposed remodel of existing 1,700 square foot duplex, including new windows, doors, siding, roofing, and mechanical equipment. Project includes conversion of rear shed roof to hip roof, and structural upgrades. Reporting acceptance of historic structure sites report prepared by Sarah Corder. The report concluded that the property is not eligible for designation as a city structure, merit, or city landmark. And welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. Sarah Corder, South Environmental. Let me get this thing going. There we go. That's what we're dealing with. All right. We are talking about 1528 Castillo Street. This is located in the 1500 block of Castillo Street, and there are 2 buildings on the property today, a main residence that was originally designed in the Queen Anne Free Classic style circa 1908, and it was converted to a duplex circa 1930. The rear cottage that exists on the property today was constructed circa 1921, and there was originally a garage at the rear of the property that was demolished in the 1980s. This property has a few interesting historical facts, so I wanted to walk you through some of the high points that were uncovered throughout the course of our research. As I mentioned, the main residence was constructed around 1908 and then converted to a duplex in 1930. This resulted in several modifications, including a rear addition, the enclosure of the front porch, door and window modifications and additional openings, and a detached garage was constructed around that time that was demolished. There's also new pathways and paths of circulation on the property that were done with brickwork, and there's no idea when those were actually done. The cottage at the rear of the property has also been modified, but not to the same extent. It was actually raised off of its original foundation, shifted slightly, and then placed on a new foundation. And there's a modern wooden deck on the front of it now, and the storage area has been constructed at the rear of that building. In addition to the construction and development history for this property, there was a very interesting ownership and occupancy history. The most noteworthy occupants and owners being the Sweetser family. Jacob ran a lumber mill here in Santa Barbara. His son Harry was the city tax collector, very popular guy, I'm sure, for 37 years. And his grandson Paul was one of the founders of the Santa Barbara Historical Society. In this slide, you can see a little bit about the current conditions of the building and some of the alterations that have been made to the property over time. The first shows the primary elevation, and one of the biggest changes that was made, and that's the enclosure of the original porch. And we believe that was done circa 1930 when the conversion to the duplex happened. The second image is the east elevation, which is visible from the street. And that shows the rear addition constructed during the duplex conversion, as well as significantly modified fenestration and the doors and window openings being added and changed in position. The third image is the rear of the property where the addition was made in 1930, and there's also been some replacement windows on the back of that. They're now aluminum sliders back there. This is the cottage that I mentioned and shows you what the deck looks like on the front and then the storage area towards the back. From a significance standpoint, this property had the potential for significance under criteria 1, 2, and 3. So broad patterns of history, important people, and architecture. However, when we conducted the research, it seemed like none of the historical connections were strong enough to rise to the level required for designation. Under criteria 1, we found that there was a broad pattern of development in the city happening where single-family homes in this part of town are being converted into multifamily properties and being used as rental properties. This was very common during the Great Depression, And this property was not found to have anything specific about that trend. It was just something that was happening, and it was very commonplace in this part of town. So there wasn't anything really distinguishable about that and its connection. For the people, those names definitely are important in the city's history. The Sweetser family made a lot of contributions to the city. The senior Sweetser, Jacob, he started the Pioneer Planing Mill, which was one of the first lumber mills in Santa Barbara, and he also ran a successful grocery store after that. He was documented as residing at this property from original construction 1908 to 1916, and he also, the last year of his life in 1915, he was in very poor health, and his son his son Harry and his grandson Paul moved into the property for 1 year to take care of him. And they were only there for about a year. And as I mentioned, we do have Harry being a tax collector, and then Paul being very involved in the establishment of the first Fiesta, which I thought was pretty interesting. These are kind of the connections that we found between the Sweetser family, but the amount of time that they resided on the property was very, very short, especially for the later Sweetser family members. One of the biggest areas for significance for this property was its architectural style, because we do have a lot of this Queen Anne Free Classic style buildings here, and there are many character-defining features of that style that are very clear. And a lot of those were lost during the alterations. So from a standpoint of architecture, we believe that it doesn't really have a lot left of the Queen Anne Free Classic style, and that a lot of the really important character-defining features were removed in 1930. And the changes that were made in 1930 really didn't make much of an architectural significance change-up in any way. They were really just done in kind of an unsympathetic manner, and just done to turn it into a rental property as quickly as they could. There are also a lot of other examples of this architectural style in the city, and there are many that are also designated. As we discussed with integrity, it does have integrity of location and setting, and what it's lacking is design, workmanship, materials, and feeling. So these critical components are really keeping it from continuing to read as a building that was constructed in 1908, and it's making it difficult to convey any historical significance. So to summarize, did not find that this building rose to the level of significance required at the state, local, or federal level, lacks historical associations. The productive lives of the owners and occupants were not significantly associated directly to the property, or their occupancies were very brief, and the building no longer stands as a good representation of the architectural style and has been significantly altered over the years. That is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, so now let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grambine. I do not have any speaker slips for this item, but if there's anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this, please come up to the podium. Not seeing any movement, and then we do not have any virtual participants, nor did we receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right. To the commissioners for questions. Any questions? Questions? All right. Any discussion?
What is happening?
Anyone alive?
Bueller,
so-
Bueller, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Since there is a volume of conversation about it, I'll make a motion to accept the historic structures site report that indicates that the building is not eligible to be designated a structure of merit or a landmark in the city.
Second.
Great. All right. So I'll take Commissioner. Yeah, I think I heard Commissioner
everybody's
Butler, but
talking.
it might just be closer. I'll take Commissioner Butler second, because I heard it first, and then now under discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I'd
Commissioner.
like to thank the applicant, yourself, for your report. It's very concise and persuasive. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grambine. Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
And Chair Grambine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioners. See you next time.
See you next time. All right. All right, so for this next item, and I forgot to mention this to you, but I'm going to need to be stepping down. So,
Oh, that's terrible.
So I'm going to have to hand it off here, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll be happy.
Sharing it. Okay. So I'll read it out first, and then I'll step down. Okay, so this is for item 2428 Chapala. This is a one-time pre-application review. And it's that the Italianate wall on the south elevation only is designated a structure of merit. Proposal to demolish all existing on-site improvements except the historic sandstone wall and construct a new 33-unit, 3-story residential apartment complex developed under the city's average unit size density AUD incentive program and the state's density bonus program. No vehicle parking is proposed as the project site is on the overlay AB 2097. The ground level includes a bike storage room, office, and miscellaneous storage. No final appealable action will take place in this meeting. Project compatibility findings and minor alteration findings will be required for project design approval. There is a historic significance report and a historic structure sites report. And then with that, do we have the applicant? Yeah, come on up. So I will be stepping down as a potential conflict of interest because our office is right next to it, and our parking is the lot. So
So you have a vested interest.
I have a potential conflict of interest. All right.
And Mr. Chair, I do have some comments before we turn it over to the applicant as well. I know
Okay.
you're going to be stepping down.
Okay,
but
sounds good.
Just pointing that
Talk
out.
to that chair.
Great.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Uli. So I'm Pilar Plummer, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara Planning and Zoning Division. And just to give you a little bit of guidance on this project and why it's before you today, obviously it's an El Pueblo Viejo landmark district, but as far as the step in the process, they've done one initial review under a PRT with the city to get some analysis on the development. This is an AUD project. It does require Planning Commission conceptual review, so they're not the ultimate decision maker on the project, but they will be reviewing this project conceptually following this review with HLC. So what we're looking at today is potential comments to the Planning Commission regarding the aesthetic appropriateness of the overall design within the district, right? Size, bulk, and scale, general consistency with the findings that you would be making later under a formal application. And then, of course, sensitivity to the historic resource, that wall that's on the property that's proposed to remain. The other thing I wanted to point out, I know you received a number of public comment regarding parking. So just as a reminder, your priority is the size, bulk, and scale and design of the development. This particular project does not require parking. One, because it is located within the central business district, so the overall requirement for parking is a maximum of 1 parking space per unit, but they also don't need to provide parking in any case because they're in the overlay of AB 2097, so they're currently not designing it to include parking. But that's just information for you to consider. And if you have any other questions during the presentation, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. You want to make sure your microphone is on, state your name for the record.
Usually don't need a mic, but I'll go with it today. Thank you, commissioners. New chair, a little curveball. My name is Scott Martin. I'm a licensed architect and a principal at RRM Design Group. Appreciate staff for some heads up and purview, and really excited to be here about getting some feedback. So this is a conceptual review. We talked with staff about the best process for this sort of project. This is not the first design I've ever seen on this site, so I know that's been through some things, and I'm hoping I can help explain how we got to where we're at, and really looking forward to some candid feedback about how to make this project as best as possible. So with that, I'm gonna dive in on a laptop I've never used, and hope I can navigate successfully. So I set up a brief little agenda for the presentation. Just go over the general site, the historic context of that site, particular area, and what's around. Then we'll get into the project program and some of the goals of the applicant as well. The building design, what we did and why. Briefly talk about the landscape concept. I think it's important. And then happy to have any dialogue you'd wish. So that's
Awesome. So if you can do that in 13 minutes and 40 seconds, then you'll be a winner.
I do my best.
All right, thank you.
I think the project plans demonstrate the site pretty well, but we did include the survey. It's pretty complete for a conceptual review package. What's important really to us is that frontage. I think the Chapala Street frontage is really going to be the impact that this project has, and where we find the energy and persistence of this project. If I knew the chair was parking there, I might have said something different there. But contextually, there's been some change in the neighborhood. The site itself, one of the oldest restaurants ever, has really kind of fallen a bit in disrepair. We've provided a decent amount of site context photos. Happy to go through any specifics that you want. But really today, for this commission, I'd love to talk a little bit more specifically about the historical context and significance. Within both reports, you can see this was not the original actual portion of the house. There was an addition, a sandstone masonry wing that's highlighted here in yellow that was added on. I think it's an interesting juxtaposition of those forms based on the material. I'm guessing, I don't want to guess. So I'm not sure what its original use was. Like I said, it's been an operating restaurant for quite some time. But it is this wall that we find to be of most importance, and we're trying to highlight and embrace in a way that is appropriate. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. The blue areas are also additions. In fact, the front was a landscape area that someone then came and built right on top of the little garden wall that was already out there. We're trying to incorporate some inspiration from that as well. Most of the rest of the building was deemed without significance or contributing to the historical nature of this site. We are right next door to a couple other contextually identified historic properties. We thought we'd throw them in here at least for a couple photos. Give an idea of mass, bulk, scale, fenestration, articulation, the types of details. It's a bit of a mix. I'll talk a little bit more as we go into our building design about some of the elements we pulled from here. I think there's some architectural detailing, but also some how the street is addressed and the location within the site that we found important. So. Here's our general ground floor plan, site plan. What we're doing with this project is really trying to create a street presence. It is an all residential project. It is an affordable housing project, more and more so in line with what we continue to hear from the city policy and staff is providing housing where people need it most, being able to walk, smaller units. This is car free. There is a bike room, a dedicated room for bike storage and charging and all this kind of cool stuff that's done with the bikes nowadays. But there is no on-site parking. The historic wall that was mentioned, that's highlighted in orange towards page south of this, and the primary entry is highlighted with a big orange arrow. We really felt that this was sort of the character defining threshold between public and private. There's a community, there will be people living here. We want that sense of threshold as you enter the project and experience it. This shows sort of the architectural design that we've been working with. There is a clear presence to be at the street. There's enough sort of setback, and when we started to incorporate the wall itself, we deemed the front facade wanted to be just behind it. There's this little subtle move, and I'll show you that in plan again, to make sure that wing, kind of reflectant of the original building, that wing was slightly offset with the main building. Based on experience in the area, we thought stepping back that mass on the upper floors did help a bit with creating a little more articulation and placing emphasis on the project entry. I'm going to go watch the video when I get home because we do have a wrought iron gate and a historic wall, and would love to hear more thoughts about size and details and that sort of thing. There is a privacy concern. This is a residential project, so we do think a gate at the entry is an appropriate one. That volume does go up high enough to create, I think, a lot of light and natural air into the space. And like I said, really starts to create a threshold for residents from the public realm into a semi-public realm, which is the ground floor courtyard space. So excited about that. There is a finished floor raise. There's some flooding in the area, so the ground floor finished floor is not at street level, which helps sort of delineate and establish a base. That's partially what we're doing. Like I said, the previous project had this really nice wainscots of stone, and we're trying to reflect that as well. As we talk specific to the wall, I was really scared of diluting its importance, and yet still how do you build with it and around it and incorporate it? As a result, we've taken that sandstone wall and almost framed it. I also think structurally this is something that we're going to probably need. They are the only two arch-topped windows. We thought that was an appropriate nod to make sure that we didn't just steal that and copy it around the building. But the proportions and sizing of them and articulation we tried to use other places, but we kept that arch top for just that stone portion. There's existing now, as you see in the photo, a little roof. We wanted to make sure that maintained, again, finding some clear delineation between the historic wall and the rest of the building. We almost created a picture frame out of it with the architectural features. So that's where we were going with that. The color material board shows a simple palette. We are trying to use similar sandstone to the base of the building to kind of layer these into each other and feather them together without creating oops, you tried to copy an old building. So that's a little bit more about what's happening there, and then otherwise wrought iron and a clean stucco finish. As I mentioned, the upper floors do step back. We removed on the second floor, that's on the left, we removed the unit in the middle so you could get a nice big arch and get some natural light into that courtyard, a sense of permeability. On the third floor, then we moved the bulk, or removed the bulk on the exterior wings to start to give you some peekaboos back into the two wings in the rear of the project. So it is a 3-story, it's a residential scale, so the floor-to-floor heights are a little less, which then in turn keeps it almost exactly like the neighboring projects and in a sort of similar ridge line. From a landscape concept, like I said, we did keep advantage of some of that front setback to create some landscape buffer. These are residential units, create a little sense of privacy and relief between the public realm, the street. There are some existing street trees that we're wanting to maintain. Otherwise, there'll be some new planting surrounding the building for ground level patios and use along the sides and rear. I think I just barely made your time.
No, you got 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
So again, we're here today to get some feedback. You've got for a conceptual review, there's I think a well thought out package before you, but I'd be happy to have any dialogue or answer any questions as chair, and the commission seems appropriate.
Awesome, thank you. Does that conclude your report?
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll open up to a public comment. Anybody in the room who'd like to comment on the project can do so now.
Thank you, Commissioner Uli. I do already have 2 speaker slips. First one is for Stephen Villa, I'm, exactly.
And first of all, I want to thank all of you commissioners for all your hard work over the years. And I know it's not easy, but I just want to thank you because I know what it's like to spend a lot of time and get very little gratitude for it. So thank you all for everything you do. And I know your mission is certainly design and aesthetics and so forth. And keep up the good work. Stay with Pearl Chase from way back. I just wanted to comment. I live at 401 across the street in Chapala. And my own personal opinion is it's pretty unrealistic not to have any parking. There's no parking on Chapala Street available hardly. It's almost always congested. The city lot right at Gutierrez and State is almost always occupied. And in our building, we have 46 residential owners, and a lot of people have made the same comment. Well, geez, if there's no parking, people with cars obviously are going to have to park on the street or figure out something, because not everybody is going to commute to work on a bicycle. Not everybody's going to work at home. Not everybody is going to get along without a car. I mean, we have to be realistic. So that's my biggest concern is where will all the cars park? And there will be cars. We don't live in a world without transportation. So I just wanted, to make that point. And I do appreciate the design of the building being compatible in height with the nearby structure. And I think it'll be a nice, once it's figured out, that space would be a nice addition to have something. We'd just love to see some parking. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Next
thanks
up,
for the
I
positive
have.
feedback. Go ahead.
Next up, we have Linda Marin.
Thank you. I really just want to second what Steve said. First of all, totally love the commission and really appreciate it. And I do live in the same building. A lot of residents, unfortunately, who couldn't be here today feel the same way. And the truth is, people have cars, and it's great to want to be able not to drive, to have a bike, to work at home. So I just want to second what Steve said, because the reality is we already have such a severe parking problem there. There's a new apartment building on the same side of the street as the proposed building that has parking for one car. There's a lot of people who still live there that park on the street. And it's just so congested already, and it seems so unrealistic to have another apartment building that really does not have any parking. So we just wanted to express our views on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Seeing nobody else in the room?
exactly. We don't have any more speaker slips. We do not have any virtual participants. We did receive written correspondence from Gary Olszewski, Barbara and Daniel Maloney, and Wendy, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Do you have all the elevations available to you? We've just seen, I think,
Yes.
the west facing and the north facing, but do you have others?
They were in the.
Yeah, on the laptop, there should be the plans available as well. Right there, yeah.
So in the plan set, there we go, page A7. And I'm happy to flip between them as you like.
That's south, and there's west. The west is facing.
It was really hard to
Chapala.
choose. I was like, which way is south? Because we're almost on a dead 45
No,
here.
you're-
So
you're
Chapala
pretty-
is the west. That's what you see
Yep,
on the top, page top.
That's right.
That's right.
So then the
South is on the right.
right-hand side would be the south?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the wall, again, trying to really highlight the wall. The walls should stand out there.
Can you go to the next page?
Absolutely. The rear elevation,
There we
we're
go.
calling east, and, I guess north.
And I have a question, maybe premature, but your wrought iron proposal is going to be solid stock, correct? Okay. And what's the total height of the project? as it
Commissioner
sits?
Uli, pardon my interruption. To the applicant, can you please make sure your mic is on when you speak? City TV is
Me?
having a hard time to hear.
Oh,
There you
okay.
I think I'm getting yelled at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can leave it on.
We're at 38 feet
Okay.
max height.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Limvick?
Thank you. Are you a rump chair, or are you,
What do you want me to be?
Mr. Interim Chair? Thank you. I have a couple of questions. You show awnings in a couple of windows here and there. Is it your intention to awning all the windows?
No, it's not at this time. There are a couple details like the awnings and some of the Juliet balconies that we are trying to experiment with, and a pure blanketed use did not feel appropriate to us.
Well, I may have a comment about that later on, but
Great.
it's, at least you've clarified that. The other item I question, when I look at the plans, I don't see, for instance, you look on your north elevation there, and I see the bridging between the front building and the rear building.
Sure.
I don't see a nice, clear plan view of how that bridging is located. So if you go there, for instance,
So
I don't really see the bridging.
understood. So to best address your question, the gray area in this plan view would be patio deck or walking surface. So the bridging element is from, I don't know, can you even see my mouse? From there
I know
to
where
there.
it's at. I just
Yeah.
need to have a sense of what.
It wasn't clear.
Yeah, it's not clear. I need to have a sense of what the mass of it is, how it's,
Sure.
what the terminations are, and that'll come. But it's you've indicated in your elevations a decorative, configuration, and I think that's very good.
Great.
The other question I have, it goes back to the historic wall which is being kept. And when you walk the property, or walk by the property, you see that there are several ventilation holes for underfloor ventilation. And I'm aware that there is a basement in that building, I believe. Although the archaeological report doesn't refer to it, or the architectural report doesn't refer to it. But obviously, it must be a raised floor at least.
I don't know the answer to that. I've walked the site. I have not gone under that floor. I don't know if there's a crawl space. What sort of extent of basement has not been recorded on any documents I've seen. But
I'm aware that there is a basement of some kind there. And that isn't a problem unless you're going to fill it in and then pour a slab on grade, which I assume you're going to do.
Well, again, as we said, our floor is up. I think we're about 30 inches up.
Really?
So we haven't gotten into construction details yet, but we are intending, in order to get out of the floodplain, to raise the entire finished floor, which will almost align there with the historic finished floor.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
there was probably a reason back then, too.
Well, my only interest, of course, is how you intend to preserve that sandstone wall, and we'll see details of that down the road, I assume.
We have Yeah, I have horror stories and blessings of trying to do this in the past, and it is a challenge during construction. Absolutely, that's one of the trickiest parts of anything is to make sure that thing is protected.
We'll be concerned about the architecture, of course, but we also are concerned about that historic element.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Your light's on. Did you want to talk?
I'm waiting for comments.
All right. Into comments. Any comments?
No, I have some
All right.
questions.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Interim Chair, Uli. Do you have a elevation that shows the building, maybe you don't have it yet, but you will have it, that shows the proposed building with the adjacent building?
Were the visual simulations provided? Yeah. Keep hitting escape. Sorry.
And I mean by the adjacent building, the one on the corner.
Mr. Chair, I mean, interrupt. The people that are leaving, you of course realize we have no jurisdiction or anything on parking. Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks
Sorry.
for that outburst.
So, through the chair, to the applicant, it might be included in the full plan set towards the end of the plan set.
We did these
separate.
studies.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not 100% sure what you have and don't have. So you can see the historic building on the left of this image, our building coming in, and then we did a couple different locations, historic context, us, and then we went and swung and got closer right in the foreground, which leads to a bunch of asphalt. But you can get a sense so that we're even kind of trying to step down a bit towards that corridor. I think is going to be a challenge. So, but the ridge line, the roof is what we're trying to tie into from a scale standpoint.
And so you saw it as positive to try to keep it lower than the adjacent building. You didn't want to have it be the same height.
We weren't overly concerned about the need to keep it lower. What we felt important was there's an architectural character of those other two buildings. It's not a tower element. It is a commercial building that is, I hate using the term boxy, but that's what we talked about originally. There is a clean consistency to it all. And I think if something was 1 story next to this building, as is now, and or 4 stories or 5 stories next to that building, it would feel like that relationship would be challenging. We're pretty comfortable with it. Again, it wasn't, we have to be lower or we have to be, only 2 feet higher or anything like that. It was more of the relationship and making sure it felt appropriate, and that's sort of where we're at today. But happy to get any feedback from Commission.
Then on the north side, thank you for that.
No problem.
On the north side, you have, maybe we could, well, let's go to the north elevation.
Do my best. Backwards.
You have these recesses at the first floor. Can you talk about those a little bit? What are they and why are they like that?
Yeah, we needed a certain amount of storage. Again, these are pretty small units. The square footage of each one are rather small, so we needed some storage. We needed some utilitarian rooms. And so we ended up with a decent amount of blank wall towards the rear of the building. Didn't feel like it was appropriate to put a bunch of windows in there. It's already kind of internalized to the block itself, but did like some sort of relief in that. So that would be a built relief that would allow for more than just a blank wall.
And you have a stone band, I see over there on the north, on the east elevation. I should have said east. Yeah, the east elevation is where you have these recesses. And then on the north elevation, you can see on the bottom right, it looks like is that the sandstone banding?
Yeah, that is the intent on this front building for the front wing, if you will, for that sandstone banding. I think you can see it best there. I should turn off some of the landscape bushes, sorry.
And then, but on the east elevation, that bottom little strip that we're seeing above the grade, and
Looks like a planter.
is that what it is, a planter?
Looks like a planter.
Yeah, that's small.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
guy.
right there. Is that what that is?
So I think what you're seeing is that same band come around, and I think just the wall plane change is causing it to be a different color. That's probably a rendering issue on our side. Happy to clean that up, but or the material got deleted. So that is intended to be the same band
A
wrapping all-
continuous band.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay.
So sorry about that.
No, it's okay. And then, okay, minor thing on the front elevation. Just curious about and then I have a question about the historic piece. But on the front elevation, I was just curious, are those light fixtures? What are those? Oh, those are signs. Are those signs up there?
Sign here and here.
Okay.
Light fixtures here and a hanging pendant of some sort as well.
So the signs are, what are you imagining the signs?
Probably address signs and name of the project as it
Okay,
goes, but just wayfinding.
Okay. And then on the historic piece,
Yep.
so it looks to me, you're keeping the opening, but you're pulling out the window and replacing the window? Is that what you're doing?
For its intended use, we think that's going to be what's most realistic to meet energy requirements and everything. Would love to hear any feedback on that, but that right now is our intent, is that the opening would stay, the window itself would be replaced. Windows, 2 of them.
And then you mentioned it in your presentation, that these little wing walls that you have that contain it on either side, you were saying you thought that it might be necessary for structural reasons?
Well, yeah.
You're not sure?
We're going to have a big piece of stone waving in the wind, and I just don't know yet. I also did really enjoy between those 2 side elements and the roof. I felt like it was almost a picture frame. Maybe that's too literal, but really trying to make sure that wall was protected, surrounded, clearly delineated between start and stop, what's historic and what's not. So that was the intent. Would be open to any feedback on how to make that more successful, but that is the intent. This not an easy project. We've been
So your idea is to keep the wall is exactly where it is, and you're using it as your exterior wall for the unit on the other side.
Yes.
And you are pulling out the window and replacing it with a new window with a different pattern than what the historical is, but the opening is the same.
that correct.
Okay.
I do believe there may need to be some sort of sacrificial wall on the inside as well. We're not at that level of detail, but we thought the exterior visibility of this side was the most historically prevalent. So that's what we're trying to maintain.
Okay. Well, those are my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
So the windows on the drawings, it looks like it's either a sill or an inset.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So,
Are you
Sloping
talking about
sill.
the sill?
yes, is it?
That's our best accurate representation of what I saw out there. It is not intended to alter that. Now I gotta get back to the right one. See that right there?
It's a stone sill.
They got a little stone. It's like a reverse lintel. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on the green planter box, but right
That's the
under
stone
that,
sill.
I can't.
So
There's a
so
stone
it
sill.
is those lines are a sill.
That's what we're trying
Okay, so
to
the
represent.
windows, so the question is, the windows aren't set in to provide a little shadow space.
Well, again, when these windows are taken out and new windows are placed in,
I'm not talking about the windows on the historic wall, I'm talking about the windows in general.
Oh, for the rest.
No, I know that, but I'm just looking for, my comment will reflect what I mean to say.
So,
I'm not trying to be obtuse, just not quite
No, no, no.
understanding the.
so for the windows on the majority of the project, are they inset
Intended to be inset.
and is the sill sloped?
Yes.
Is that what that graphic is indicating? Is that what you're
That's
after?
exactly what I'm after.
Yes.
have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, on to comments.
Could I ask one more question? Because when we're looking at this.
One
close-
more question.
One more.
Yes.
Are these wrought iron frames for the awning, are those original?
I don't know that answer.
Probably not.
I don't imagine so, but I don't want to say no and be naive. So I will do my best to find out, but I don't know that answer.
No, those aren't part of the original building.
Okay.
They don't look like they're from the 1890s.
No.
1870.
1877.
Any date with 18
Right.
attached
I
to
know.
it.
Yeah, no, I think they're from one of the restaurant
Yeah.
editions.
All right, on to comments, Mr. Butler.
Yes, so we were asked to address size, bulk, and scale, et cetera, so I'll start off with that. So I think the size and bulk and the scale of the building fits pretty well within the block, because that block is pretty dense in terms of three-story presence, other large buildings, et cetera. I don't see too much there to contend otherwise, so I think from that standpoint, the building does stand separate. It really is on a standalone basis, which I was almost encouraged to think it might be a little more physically integrated to match the buildings on both sides of it. They are big, so it's just, I'm thinking out loud here, but the building in this case, this building stands on its own. So I think when I look at it, I say, okay, I have to address that. I need to make sure that it, in both those considerations, does well in a design. The one thought I had was the big, large oval entry seems large. I mean, it almost feels like a carriage entry. It feels like a drive-in. I like the design. I think the approach, because there's so many arches on that street, right? I recognize the intent. It just feels, to me, from its physical shape, and so, the shape's fine, but it's just so big that it dominates the entry, it dominates the building, and I'm wondering if that might be addressed a little differently, maybe take a look at that. And then the use of the Juliet balconies otherwise, and the awnings, I would encourage more study and more use of those, and reflect specifically where and how you would want to use those. You're competing with the building across the street is actually quite busy, right? It's really, it's got tile work, it's got, we know whatever, okay? So you're competing against that. But I think if you were to look at some of the, and it fits the style, the balcony, use of balconies and the use of awnings, be very specific in how you want to implement those. That's my sort of general comment.
Great, thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner?
Yes, so if you're going to have awnings, and I suspect you might use them, probably the west elevation is the place you'd want to put them. And so so we're looking at, the entrance is facing west, right?
That is west.
So it's weird when you think about it. So where you're going to get the sun in the wintertime is the west. And then in the summertime, you're going to get on the north. So it's an opportunity for a bit of poetry, I think. I'm gratified to hear that you're going to inset the windows a bit for shadow. There's an awning, there's an archway on a building above mid-block across from, I was going to say the Blue Onion, but that's dating me a little bit, from IHOP, that might be more coherent in terms of the size. That does seem, I agree with the commissioner about the size of that thing. It looks like almost like a hole, at least in drawing. So that might you might gain more floor space that way anyway if it was brought a little closer in, maybe make it cozier. So the only elevation that I find problematic particularly is the east elevation, which seems to lack all character defining features entirely. I think that could be made a little bit more interesting. I don't know who's going to look at it, mind you, it's back of building, but still, I think it should be architecturally sound, and you have an opportunity to make it that way. There's probably other things to say, but I'll say that enough for now.
Thank you. Other comments?
Well, I'll comment.
Commissioner?
I think the building is, right now is sound from the standpoint of the design level that it's at. I like the fact they've modulated the Chapala Street elevation with some ups and downs. It's an apartment building, or whatever, and it's going to read that way. I think that the awnings and/or balconies have got to be more organized or composed. I mean, you just don't go and plop an awning here and plop one there. Compose them. Either the full top floors got them, or the 6 middle windows in the middle of the building. You got to compose and deal with them in a more structured manner. But I don't have a problem with where this is going. I agree that that arch maybe could be made a little smaller, maybe. But it'll be an okay building on the street. I think that it's interesting to see the warm color of the building just north of you, which is in your photographs, which is simply the setting sun.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's probably the same white as the building you're proposing, and when the sun sets on your building, it'll fit in quite nicely, I think.
Other comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll just say that I'm pleased with this opening salvo. In terms of the design, I'm just always concerned about the absurdity of allowing buildings like this with no parking, and that's nothing to do with you. That's just the way it is as written in the law, but I think it's absurd. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ansberg?
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it. And I agree with the others who have spoken. I think it feels good. For the level that it's at, I agree that I think it would be helped to have awnings on this whole face. That would be really pretty to add that color in there and to have that. And I also think that the balconies should be, either symmetrical or somehow more intentional. I would urge you to look at the Baylor building for, it's kind of similar in a way.
Perhaps, right?
Well, I'll let them decide, but I like the red. And then I think, I agree about the arch. It does feel a little bit, maybe a little finesse there. It needs to be. And then also when you're studying the gate, the fence there, how those two things work together will bring that together. I like the chandelier in there, which is very similar to the building across the street. They have some amazing things like that. I don't think, I guess I would rather see some kind of signage that would be more like on the building, not these, you already have these 2 light fixtures and then there's this second level. I would do something more like that, or suggest that you look at that. And the main thing, I'm not as concerned about the east side. It's the back of the building. I'd rather you put the money on the front where we really see it. So I don't have the same, quite as concerned as my fellow commissioner.
Opportunity back there.
Yeah, maybe there's some awnings. And maybe that band, if that band was a little higher or something, it might help. I'm not sure about those recesses, but anyway, we'll let you kind of work with that. My main thing is the historic. So can we go to the picture of the historic wall? I think you have just this incredible opportunity. Whenever you have something historic, it's like a jewel. It's really an opportunity to have something special that nobody else has. So I really, if anything, so there it is. I would love to see this like fully. I know you have to change out the windows, but if the windows should match what's there, in my opinion.
Mr. Chair and to the commission, I just want to follow up on that. To get us to meet the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, this will have to meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and those windows will have to match in the configuration and material.
Okay.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
You
no, I
did,
think that
so
would be
thank
better.
you. It was subtle, but thank you, yes.
Yeah, I
And
think it would.
probably we would, before we ever allow removal of windows, they need to prove that they cannot be repaired. We have some really good, as you saw earlier today, some really good repair craftsmen in town that can do that.
Right, so I don't think these, if if you could do anything you wanted, I would think that the most amazing thing would be to leave that exactly like it is, with the roof, so that in your rendering that you show, and also the coining is so beautiful. That is one of the most important parts of it, and it looks to me like that's getting covered up with these little wing walls. So if you could figure out how to not have the wing walls and how to have the whole thing structurally work and all that, and you could just, so you would see that. When you would come by, you would go, oh, there it is. There is the building. And it would look just like we're looking at this picture with the roof, with the lights, everything exactly like it is right now. And then, so you would have to alter like you wouldn't have the trellis over there. You would have the roof there, and maybe the trellis goes over to the other side, or you rework that somehow. But I think that would be absolutely amazing if you could just have that complete element just like it is. And then work even with the landscape, to accentuate it so that you really are coming along and you really feel like, oh, there it is, right there. And it doesn't look like, I wonder what that was before. It's there. It's still there. So that's what I would offer and suggest that you do. And if you can, and that these windows are completely unique to themselves. They don't look anything like any of the other windows in the building. All the other windows are like what you've shown. They shouldn't match, and they don't need to match.
Right.
I think it's more powerful if they don't. So, yeah, but good job. I think I agree with the size, bulk, and scale. I think overall it feels really nice. It's just that how you can really take that treasure and make it really, that's what the building will be all about, is that. So thank you for the good work.
Mr. Chair, I just have one more comment. If you can articulate somewhere, use an accent, somewhere that color palette of that historic wall, whether it's in the base of your elevation off the street, but it'd be nice to have that kind of repeated, not overly done, but just to sort of memorialize it throughout especially the west-facing facade. Thank you.
To follow up on that, do you mean like a mud band or something around? Yeah, that could be.
Any other comments? All right. I've got a couple of comments, and I'll try and summarize. There is no votable action, right? Just comments only, correct?
Correct. We will not need to make a motion, but if you could summarize the commission's comments for the record, that'd be great.
Thank you. My comments follow. I agree about the arch. I don't think it's pedestrian enough. I think that's the struggle. It seems monumental, like you took the arch off the courthouse and put it on the front of this building. And so it's not pedestrian enough. Overall, I agree about the size, bulk, and scale. I think it's appropriately fashioned in that regard. I would encourage you to look at apartment houses from the 20s and 30s that are in this architectural style and see if that doesn't give you inspiration for an apartment house here. While the building is big, it doesn't feel pedestrian, and I think apartments want to feel pedestrian and residential and not commercial. I agree about the comments about the stone wall. If there were provisions within the standards where you could relocate that wall, I would make that part of the entry so that people are passing this wall every day and not just off to the side of the building. And so work with the standards and see if you're allowed to relocate it. But I would keep it exactly the way it is. My suggestion. The bridging elements that Commissioner Limvick brought up, I also struggled with, and looking at this graphic for the south elevation, they don't seem to be supported. There isn't a corbel, there isn't a beam holding it up. It just kind of, there's got an arch and it just ends, and it doesn't seem to have any resolution. So I think you should take a look at making sure that all of the elements like that have some resolution and feel like they're supported. I don't think you need to articulate false openings on the east elevation. I think just a nice blank wall is fine. There are a lot of blank walls on the back of buildings and along alleyways and other areas that are kind of the back of house, and there isn't anything wrong with a nice blank wall. There were some comments about mud band, wainscot, stone base, etc. And it seems that you started at the west elevation and just simply took it all the way around the building, but it doesn't have any resolution. To me, it's disjointed. It doesn't make any sense to have a 5.5-inch base on the back of a building that's not related to anything. And so I would encourage you to study that and eliminate it where it doesn't make any sense. Signs, I agree with the comment about the signs, even though signs are not our purview. They'll be dealt with by others. May not try to, I'm just looking through my notes here. All right. Those are our comments. If the secretary can, did you catch them, or do you want me to go through them?
Do you mind going through? I wasn't sure what was your personal and what was the
right.
summary.
I suppose they're going to all wind up being commission comments. First, the first strike at your design is good. It seemed that the majority of the commission appreciated the first take, designed well. We generally agree that the size, bulk, and scale is appropriate for the neighborhood. There are other large buildings, and so you kind of fit in. We appreciated the fact that you stepped it, modulated at least the face of Chapala Street. The base of the building, by whatever definition you call it, wainscot, mud band, etc., should be studied, eliminated where it doesn't make any sense. The historic wall, stone wall, I'll just look everywhere and just see the thought of leaving it pretty much as is, as Commissioner Ensberg suggested, roof and all. Everybody kind of like that idea? All right, so the commission suggests that you leave that stone wall pretty much the way it is. You'll obviously want to clean it and conserve it and et cetera, replace dry rot, et cetera, but it should be left. To the degree that the standards allow you to relocate it, it should be incorporated as part of the entry to the building so that people see the history and see the wall.
Commissioner Uli,
Yeah.
I just wanted to the commission and the applicant. I just reviewed the old structures report when they relocated the terminal,
Yeah.
and they found some language on how you can relocate a historic building on the site to enhance its context, and that's more through the National Register than the standards. But I just saw that like last week, so
Wonderful.
I think
So
we can
maybe
use
there's
that
a way.
language. Yes. I
So the
can-
applicant should study that
Yeah.
and work with the architectural
Yeah.
historian to figure out if there's a way to do it.
And I can also share with you the photograph we have of when we just saved the Californian facade. And when it was just the facade encapsulated in scaffolding until the back of the building was out. But I can share those with you via email.
Yeah.
Could I,
I just want a point of clarity on that one comment.
Yeah.
Commissioner, I really appreciate, is that you or is there?
I'm going to look both ways
Well,
and see
yeah.
if
That's what I
there
was trying to get at.
well,
it should be studied.
what I would add to that is that, I mean, to me, I feel that there's a lot of benefit for it to be where it is. So I kind of lean that direction, and I'm not sure, so I wouldn't want to put that on them unless they wanted to, and if it was allowed. But I certainly think, especially getting rid of those wing walls where you can actually see the corner and you can see the coining and everything, and, developing the landscape a little bit right there, then I think that could really be very, very effective if that works the best for your layout and your window, I don't know if it would work so well on the front. And I do like the arch, just not as big. So I guess I would like to be sure that we don't make it too restrictive.
I understand. I don't think we're being restrictive. The comment was to study the possibility of relocating the wall to incorporate it in the entry of the building. So that's not saying do or don't or whatever. Just, are you comfortable with them studying it?
No.
All right?
I think the wall location is part of the historic context and the reason for the wall.
All right.
You just don't pick that wall up and move it someplace. It's got a foundation. It's got, whatever. I don't find that moving the wall. You move it in the back then. I mean, what's the point?
All right. Okay. So some commissioners, let's put it that way, some commissioners think that exploring relocating the wall and making it part of the entry of the building would be a benefit. Let's see, I think I did size, bulk, and scale. Windows to this historic wall need to either be restored in their current state or replaced in like. It has to match the Department of Interior standards. Commissioner Butler, did you? Okay. Did I get everything?
Yes, you did.
No, there was the awnings and the wrought iron balconies.
And I think the comment is that there should be a consistent application of them, not just hit and miss. I think that was what the discussion was about. So awning should be consistently applied, particularly on the sun-facing elevations, which were west and north. I don't particularly have a problem with random Juliet balconies. So I don't know if the entire commission thinks that you should systematically place these Juliet balconies. Commissioner Limvik.
Well, I think random placement of a Juliet balconies is okay, but you've also have to, I think, change the size of the window or whatever that's coming onto it. You can't just have the same windows and put a balcony willy-nilly wherever you want.
So I think the comment would then be that where Juliet balconies are located, the opening should be appropriately sized to the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's consistent with what you're asking. Did I get everything? Oh, the archway.
Right,
yes. Some commissioners like the arch, the way you've done it. Some do not. My comment, I think the comment would be study its appropriate size and scale so that it is more pedestrian. And we'll let you be the architect to solve the problem.
If I could add.
Yeah.
I think all of us agreed that the arch was, I don't know which one of us said that they liked the arch the way it was. I think everybody said they liked the arch idea, but that the scale was
I understand.
too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Got him? All right. I think it only requires a continuance, or no? Nothing? No. Well, then we're done.
Free advice?
Yeah, free advice.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. None of it's binding.
Best no money I've ever spent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
And if you want to maybe take a 5-minute recess while we.
That makes a lot of sense to
There's
me.
one tough chair right there.
Yeah.
What
Come back
what
at
happened to the concept of applicants bringing cookies and stuff?
No, that's bribery.
How many minutes?
5 minutes.
We'll adjourn to 3:25.
are on to item 3, continued item for pre-approved accessory dwelling units. All right, so this is a proposal for approval. Wait, where is this located?
Nowhere.
I just wanted to say that. Okay. Proposal for pre-approval of a 732 square foot, 1-story accessory dwelling unit designed with a gable roof in a traditional style variation, option A, and a Spanish style variation, option B. Request to provide recommendation to staff for approval with conditions, or denial of design A and B. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on the plans or to match primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. Design last reviewed was July 17th, 2024. So do you want to come forward, the applicant Yakov? All right. I'm not going to try your last name. Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Ted Hamilton, role project planner and design review. We have Jeff Melgar here representing Yakov Design to present the project, and I just have a few comments before he begins.
All right, great.
So thank you for taking another look at these, and thank you for the applicants who traveled to be here to present. This is the second round of review for these ADUs, and we don't have another agenda spot the rest of the year that we can accommodate these on. So we'd like to try to, we ask for an action today, either a continuant, an approval with conditions, or a denial.
Okay.
That said, we do have the fourth applicant, or the other applicant coming at a future agenda. They weren't able to make it to this hearing. But the point is, 2 rounds of design review for these ADUs.
Okay.
I also wanted to follow up on a question that came up at the July 17th hearing about architectural historian review of compatibility of the architectural styles. Ms. Hernandez indicated that she can review these on a case-by-case basis, but the only nexus for her review is if a pre-approved ADU is proposed in a location that obscures or diminishes a designated historic resource. The ADU has to be subservient to the main residence. Otherwise, the ADU gets kicked into a discretionary review process, and an EIR may be required. So you shouldn't necessarily condition based on an ADU's style, like say that this certain style belongs only on homes with, of a certain other architectural style. You may do that, but we don't recommend it because we think that, as staff, we think that this program is going to be a lot more useful if these ADUs are just able to be used on the most lots possible. What you can condition on, and what we'd like your feedback on today, is whether or not the ADUs can be located in the front yard, and whether ADUs can be located in historic districts like El Pueblo Viejo. I think that's all I had, and if you have any questions about those items, let me know. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to Mr. Melgar.
All right. All right. So you'll have welcome. So you'll have 15 minutes. You don't have to use all of it, but 15 minutes to walk us through, and then we'll come to the commission for questions and maybe turn it into a little bit more of a discussion. Because of the nature of these projects, and after we go to public comment, of course. So, all right, let's do it.
Hi.
Oh, and actually, if you can also comment on how you addressed our comments from before, and we should probably be polling up those comments as well to go through them. All right. So. All right, so the motion was to continue on the design option A indefinitely with the following comments. The commission feels this design is appropriate for post-World War II modern historic resources. Add board and batten, number 2, add board and batten all the way around to soften the design. 3, lower the plate height to 8 feet. 4, the roof plate feels very thin and should be exposed 2 by 6 inch, 16 inches on center rafter tails. 5, the design lacks character and should communicate post-World War II modern style. 6, add a beam at the corner of the building that projects out to support the overhang and a ridge beam. 7, add a casing around the doors and windows in the post-World War II modern style. 8, remove the bathroom window and consider a skylight instead. 9, eliminate the single window in the bedroom and replace it with 2 windows on either side of the bed. 10, remove the transom above the door. 11, add 2 windows in the dining room instead of 1. 12, windows shall be bronze anodized aluminum sliders or better. 13, study 60s, 70s, post-World War II modern style lighting. 14, the color palette should match the existing house. All right, the motion was 7-0-0. Motion was by House, second by Drury, and 7-0-0. Jordan and Uli were absent. The motion carried. Okay, so with that one, and Commissioner Uli, if you did not watch the video, then if you could just keep it to questions.
I watched the hearing live. It was painful, but I did watch it.
All right, thank you for letting us know.
Yeah.
But you had probably pizza and cookies.
No, it was painful for you guys as I was watching it. It wasn't painful for me. I was,
In the lounge. Beer and pretzels. Yeah, beer and pretzels. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, if you can go through your revised design and make sure to answer how you answered all those and anything else that was new.
Hopefully I answered most of those.
Can you turn your microphone
Oh,
on?
yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Hi. So, as mentioned, we're revising some of the changes based on those comments. For the studs, we instead of 2x4s, there were 2x6 framing, and what we did is we actually inset the windows a little bit. I'm gonna I guess I go to the renderings first, so we can actually see.
Those are the old renderings, just for reference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the renderings for your project are in the other PDF for the current project.
Oh, okay.
So just click on the other one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This one? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
And then if you just keep scrolling down.
Okay. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Okay. So these are the new ones, so kind of addressing the board and batten. It was wrapped all around the building. Another change was the windows were inset to kind of give a little depth to the building. There was the window that was removed on this right side of the building, and then a skylight made for the bathroom instead. That was one of the comments. And then I guess for the windows in the rear, they said 2 windows, but these were, in the first iteration, were a bigger size. I believe there were 6x5, and we just minimized them to kind of not make the space feel so, I guess, constricted by the windows in the rear. So we just made the windows smaller, but we didn't divide them. We could divide them, but we just thought it was easier just to make the windows smaller. Going back to the materials, we proposed kind of the board and batten or just stucco on the outside. This rendering is obviously showing the board and batten wrapping around.
Or this, it's showing siding, it looks like.
Oh, sorry, siding. And then we removed the transom as stated, and I'll go back to the elevations. So we reduced the window heights to 6'8". We reduced the ceiling height to 8 feet to traditional framing. Most of the things were done accordingly. The only thing that was added extra was a skylight that was put into the kitchen area or the living room area. Right here, that was an addition. And for the other comments, I think they're still in a work of progress for the details on kind of how the gutters would work. But the gutters are kind of like a detail aspect that we're still working on. And that was the major changes for this project.
Okay. Okay. All right, so let's go to All right, so now if that completes your presentation, let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do not have any speaker slips for this item, nor any virtual participants, and we did not receive any written correspondence. Back to the commission.
All right, to the commission with questions. So I have one question. What about the ridge beam that we had mentioned?
I think, if I remember, the ridge beam, I can't remember specifically what we talked about on that, where it was going to be located. I would think it's on this exterior.
Yeah.
But I thought it was more for like weather protection, kind of when you come in. I forget exactly, but we left it as is just because it was like, I remember they mentioning like weather protection coming into the house, having like, maybe
okay. And actually, could we pull up the notes real fast, because I want to make sure we get the right verbiage here. Okay, so
overhang.
My apologies. We need a new mouse here.
Bad mouse. Number 6. No.
There was one that had a beam, I remember, on the side, but I don't know that we didn't.
So add a beam.
Probably there and there, because it's unsupported.
Yeah. So it's add a beam at the corner of the building that projects out to support the overhang.
Yeah, here.
And a ridge beam. So it's basically in the dead center, a ridge beam, and then on the corners to support the end of the verge border rafter, or well, at least eave visually. So
Just on that one side.
yeah, you probably could just do it on one side because
this
that
is
one.
supported.
Yeah, because that side's forward, so it could be just on the one side. So was there a reason it's not there, or is it just unclear as to what?
It appears it's missed. I mean, it's not on the structural drawings either.
Yeah.
And the structural drawing can't, the way he shows his roof framing can't be supported. So I assume the plan check will catch that.
But then they could always change it in the roof framing direction and not actually still get a ridge beam
We don't care, do we?
Oh, we care deeply.
Do we care? I mean, if it's got a ridge or no ridge, I don't care.
Well, we had made a comment, so we had cared.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, if we're doing questions and comments blended together, or
Yeah.
what do you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think we should probably just do both together.
All right.
I think that's probably going to be because there's a lot of them, and there are certain changes here, and we're trying to get through on this one way or the other.
So my comment, suggestion, is that this particular front elevation that we're looking at now doesn't feel right because the roof is unsupported. I understand that an enclosed eave, which is what this is representing, is fine without seeing structural elements. However, this portion of the roof doesn't feel like it's supported, so it needs a beam at the plate line, and it needs a beam at the ridge line so that you feel like it's being supported. I think stylistically, it also would kind of complete that style, because it would have,
If post-World War II ranch kind of-ish thing.
ranch-ish, mid-century, kind of thing, it's a blend of all that stuff. It would have had those elements. Also, while I've got the microphone, the horizontal siding I don't have a problem with, but at some point at the corners, the corners of the siding don't come together like that. There's a trim piece that hides the imperfection of the siding meeting a corner, and unless the carpenter is really good with the saw and really crisp with the detailing, that is never going to look right. So there needs to be corner trim on all the corners where the siding comes together horizontally.
And I would, with that, the one of the asterisks is, it used to be done that way.
Well, back in
But
the day when we cared.
Yeah, but with knowing current craftsmanship, that's
Yeah,
probably not a viable solution. And also current wood quality, because our wood's less stable.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
If I
Commissioner
may?
Fury.
Yes, I'll ask a general question of everybody here who has built and architected. Is there anything in the design of this ADU that precludes the use of windows?
You like light and air?
I like light and air, and I think that there's a blank wall, there's maybe
It's the bathroom.
much, yeah, I think, I really bemoan the lack of ventilation and light.
And actually, if you go around the other sides, if you
That
could,
whole wall is blank
yeah,
on the other side.
there's a lot of blank wall.
That's not, it looks like a shed instead of a dwelling. And I think that I would encourage the applicant to put more windows, and I think not having a window in a bathroom with just a skylight is inappropriate.
And that kind of went
That's-
back and forth on it. And so I think that I totally hear you and get you, and it is generally what you try to do to get it to work. But could we go back to the previous ones as well, just to have some comparison? And I'm going to jump in with a quick little comment, which I think, because I think that a lot of things are going to get wrestled with here. I think part of the trickiness of it is this is actually more appropriately sort of 60s, 70s with the vertical board and batten or plaster, but usually a mix. It does seem appropriate. When you stepped into the horizontal siding, you actually went back a little bit into the 40s, 50s, or 30s, 40s, 50s, and sort of a simple vernacular with that. But now your massing is different and off because you have an asymmetrical, more 60s style massing where you're popping walls in and out in terms of the jogging of the massing. But so now you need to have one or the other kind of thing. And it seems like if you're going for a more modern post-World War II ADU that would fit within those realm of buildings that are still historic resources, it would want to be more like this in terms of the language. And if you wanted something that fit within 30s and 40s and more general, as a general vernacular that wasn't Spanish, you would go towards your horizontal siding more. So, but then you would change your massing to be more of a simple box or something like that. So I think that's where I'm wrestling with right out of the gate is if you just did board and batten all the way around, you probably would have been, or 2/3 of the way around or something. You would have been more in keeping with the language that you were officially going for. And then, then we're going to wrestle with window proportions now, and if they're more modern, they're going to be more horizontal. If they're more traditional, they're more the vertical, which is what these general proportion are. So I think that's kind of right out of the gate where it'll confuse the conversation because we're actually trying to do two things at once.
I agree with that. I think the new version, if you click on your new version, I think and go to the front there, I think the new version would look just fine as a plaster box and vertical siding on the door face. It would simplify the detailing around the entire building because you don't have siding that you have to fight with to make sure it looks good. And I agree with Commissioner about the windows, especially in the, what's the room next to the door? Can you go to the floor plan?
That would be the living room.
Bathroom? It's a bathroom.
No bathroom in the room.
There's a sink and a toilet right there. I'll just go.
Yeah.
One of the problems that you have, you start sticking windows on every wall, you have no way to occupy the space.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, he's trying to find a way to put a couch someplace or put a headboard someplace for a bedroom.
I totally, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree that I listened to that conversation about a window in the
Window right
bathroom
here.
versus a skylight. I prefer windows but because people use them. You got to open the skylight. It's for ventilation. So, to some degree, I'm suggesting you go back. But be that as it may. The whole point of this program is for these buildings to be simple, clean, easy to build, inexpensive to place. And so, in my opinion, you have to eliminate all of this extra detail stuff that causes labor to create details to make sure they're right, because if they're not right, it's not going to work. And especially when it's located on a property with a historic resource. We'll get to that conversation about whether that should be in the backyard only or the front yard allowed, but we'll get to that, I'm sure.
Okay. Other, Commissioner Ensberg?
Okay, so is this when we have, this, now you understand why it was so much, yeah. So is this, so we have a traditional, we're having what we call traditional style, and then we have Spanish style. So which is it? So that's one thing, and then but while you're at that drawing, right there, while you're there at that plan view, I would, can you go back to that for a sec, please?
The floor plan?
The floor plan, mm-hmm.
I fear you're going to be bouncing between those two.
Yeah. You were just there a second, there you go. I would suggest that you could put a window in the bedroom on the right-hand side of the bed, above that nightstand. And that would help that elevation, and it would give you cross ventilation in the room. Also, in the dining room, I would make that window number 3 bigger. And then, in the bathroom, I think you could put a small window above the toilet. A little porthole type thing. But now that said, because I just think you should have a window in the bathroom, period, wherever you decide to put it. And if maybe you can put it at the far end. I realize the issue you have with the shower and all that, but if you put a small window in the far left, up toward the closet, you might be able to get that to work. So now going back to your elevation, those are just my suggestions about the windows. Then back to the elevation, or the renderings, I guess the renderings, sorry. The one here on the lower left.
This is the old
Yeah,
one?
that one. So the thing that appeals to me about this one is that it does, with the stucco and then that vertical on the right, it has that feeling to it, So I think that works. If we're going to call this what? What are we calling this one? The modern? Okay, so then I think that would work. And it's really simple, and it has that style about it.
And with maybe one adjustment of wrapping the board and batten further back as well.
Around the corner.
Around the corner.
You could, but I think it works like this, too. I do.
Because a lot of them just
Yeah.
have it on the
Just
face.
on the
Yeah, I
left.
kind of like it just
Okay.
like this and then
That's-
stucco.
that's
So that kind of,
Eichler's had it just on the face.
right. So I think that one sort of handles that. But now, then the traditional style, would that be the vertical or the horizontal siding one? Is that this one? And then you add the trim in on the corners, which you're going to have, as you said. But the other thing I wanted to point out, to kind of talk about, is that these exterior colors, like that one right there, we don't know we're saying match the house, match the main house. So if the main house had like a color, let's say it was like, blue siding and it had white trim, now you're getting more detail. Right now, we're just looking at it with, like, the trim is the same. But if you add that color differentiation, you're going to get a little bit more out of it. So I think that's what we're not seeing, because we don't know what the main house looks like. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And then just, the big picture that we're trying, this isn't, this is just a little ADU in your backyard. So we don't want to get it too crazy.
Yeah.
We want to keep it simple and just make it nice, and then we can talk about the other parts. But that's, I feel, then I don't know what the Spanish one looks like.
Okay, well, and actually, could I suggest that we maybe bifurcate this, the styles here in discussion? Because I think what happened was, we had it as one thing, and then it changed into another. And what we're saying is, we would okay it as if it was still the modern. Don't think we've had the conversation yet of whether we would try to do this 30s, 40s, or traditional-ish thing. Could we just stick on the modern version? Because I think that's the most clear to kind of converge on, at least in terms of our commentary. And then if they want to come back with the traditional one later, or we can discuss the traditional one and see if we can get it there. But I think in floor plan, it's going to need to change more, in which case it's going to be almost impossible to say it all in this meeting to the point where it can go forward, or not.
But this one that we're looking at, so
Yes.
this is basically what we're talking about as far as the application of the finish. And then the other one he had is where he had already addressed all of our comments from last time. So we're taking that one,
Yep.
but we're putting
Kind
this.
of mixing them back
And
together.
then as long as we can clearly state that, then great.
Yeah.
And probably more importantly, if you get it, if you understand what we're saying, that's probably more important, whether or not we can say it right. Yeah.
Yeah, so then let's just talk it through and see if we're in agreement in general with these kind of general comments and direction.
So this is option A.
So this is option A, we are only reviewing option, oh no, there's A and B.
This is A.
Okay, yeah, so this is A. But what is B then?
It was Spanish.
Okay, we haven't gotten there. We haven't got there. Okay, good.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, that's, I was like, this is A and B. Okay, so this is A. So for A, it seems like, and I want to jump into this conversation too, even though the suggestion was not to pair it with an exact style, I think we can at least pair it with a date of post-World War II, early, or mid-century, or whatever we want to say, at least a time frame of saying, if we have a historic resource in Santa Barbara that's 1960s, it's probably going to go fine enough within this board and batten and plaster thing, as opposed to, and then at least that way we have some delineation, because we wouldn't want that board and batten and plaster thing with a Spanish house or whatever. So if we're going to limit it, at least if we break it and say the modern ones can be with a modern, post-World War II, and then the other ones we can deal with separately. How does that sound to everyone?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least as compatible as we can get with the most number of historic resources that are modern. Okay, at least for that one. And then, okay, so then our comments then on this option A would be to use the stucco and board and batten siding design from the previous design iteration.
Yes.
And I would also say the windows, because the windows all of a sudden got muntins, and I think that we should, this is one of the very few times
Yeah,
that
I
I'll
was about
say,
to ask
get
about
rid of the
that.
muntins.
Yeah, they actually mentioned that we wanted like French windows and then like muntins. I think we talked about that last time.
It might have been in the Spanish one.
Oh, okay.
It might have been, because for modern, what you have as
You don't have
as a slider or as aluminum, that one is muntin-free.
Okay.
So,
Mutton-free.
mutton-free.
And we can understand why there might have been some.
Yes, and you're trying to do multiple ones at the same time, too. So we can say that the window style per the previous one as well, in terms of not having muntins. And then if we can go to plan, I think we can, yeah, if we can talk about the windows. And so then in addressing windows, we can say that maybe put back the window from the previous design in the bathroom, because I think that was a high and small one, and at least delineates what it was.
I mean, it could even be more horizontal, just like a typical,
It is.
You want this window?
18 by, 36-inch window.
I believe
Like
this
that,
one was 18, yeah.
Yeah.
like that one up there?
It looks square to me.
Oh, does it? Okay,
Let's see if there's another side angle. No, there isn't.
okay. And we can call it the
It's
proportion then,
rectangle.
Yeah,
if we
I
want.
mean,
Per this or, whatever, 18 by,
24 by 36, 18 by 36, the typical kind of bathroom window that slides.
okay, so along that lines. And then, if you go back to plan, and then add a window in the bedroom, on the wall.
Opposite the door?
Yeah.
Is that where
Opposite
you?
the door.
yeah.
Yep. A window, let's just say a window opposite the door in the bedroom, so that way it's also clear where that window goes.
Yes.
And then enlarge the dining room window, maybe double it.
Yes.
Double the size of the dining room window.
Yeah.
At least double it. And then, because that would have, okay, yeah. And then.
I suppose
anything else?
it could be the same size as window number 1. I mean, if you're buying more than one of them, right?
Yeah, okay. Match size of window number 1.
Buy 2 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That allows us also to be very specific, including and so it's,
And window number 3 will be the same as the one in the bedroom, so both of those bedroom windows are the same.
Okay.
So then you have.
hold on, what, oh.
So the new
So
one.
the new bedroom window to match the existing bedroom window size.
Number 3.
But there's number 3 on the dining too.
They're the
I
same
guess
one.
they're the same size, so, yeah, okay,
Yeah, they're the same window.
that's true. Good point. Okay, well, they're not actually the same window.
Technically. I get it, Mr. Architect.
Architect.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Here's a minor note, Mr. Chair. The front door on the renderings show that it swings in, but this swings out, so the door should match. The hinges are on the outside. The door should swing in.
Good catch.
Door, okay, good point. Yeah, door swinging.
However it swings in.
Well, it has to come right. It's like-
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Open a door to a wall.
All right, so I think, the ridge beam discussion, I think the vent version still does work, but it would be nice to have at least one of the central ridge beam of like a probably 4x8 minimum, 4x10, something like that.
The alternative is to have the roof hug the wall like it does around the rest of the building and not continue down. And then you don't need
That's true.
any
Are you-
wood sticking out.
The only reason I think there was a comment on weather protection, and then that
Roof is
was
so
okay.
up there, it's
Okay.
not going to stop any rain. I do too.
Yeah, I like
I do
the-
too. If the wood, if
can get a
the
four-
beams,
Yeah, so,
beam.
so ridge beam, dead center, let's call it up, 4x10. I don't know if you want to
No.
get too fussy into it. The other aspect is, what I'm hearing at least, is that this might even be able to be approved with these notes, because they're so specific that staff can just make sure that these notes actually get applied, and then it doesn't have to come back here. Unless there's something else that someone has objected to that needs to come back.
Yes, through the chair to the commission, as Mr. Hamilton Real stated, you are taking either an action to approve or deny today. So if you have comments with your approval, you need to make sure they're very specific conditions that can be checked by staff, because we won't be able to continue it.
Okay.
so I think that ridge beam probably should be a 3x10 or 4x8 or something that shows that it's supporting, as well as the eave beam should be the same. If you're looking at mid-century modern houses, there are no brackets. The beams just stick out forever and do whatever they do.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right, so, and do you know what we were saying in terms of, basically at the plate, the beam sticking out at the plate, and then also the beam sticking out at the ridge?
At the eave of the corner on the right?
Yeah, yeah, just on the one side.
Just on the right side, right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
And then actually, City TV, if you can zoom in here.
Yeah, it's a free sketch
Okay.
by a fellow. How about that?
There we go. City TV,
Okay.
can you zoom into
Have it
the,
engraved in my head now.
Yeah.
but we just want to have this on the record so that then it's also, because if you're not coming back, then,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
there we go. And actually, can you spin around, City TV? Or actually, we'll spin around.
We can spend easier.
There we go. Okay, thank you. All right, so then let's just call it out 4x8s. Because that plate is a little low too, so. All right. All right, thank you. Again?
Can I, so the question on the window on the bedroom, so we're using number 3 on that bedroom, or we're trying to do a horizontal? Okay. Okay.
The number 3, the window that's at the top
Mm-hmm.
would be the same.
Repeated
size as the
on-
one
Repeated.
that's
Okay.
opposite the door.
Directly opposite.
And where right where the 4x8 notation is, where that bedside table right there. Where the
Gotcha.
walk, yep,
Okay.
Above the bedside table.
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, be a nice touch, open the door and see out the window.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so is there any other comments that we need to add to this or is everyone feeling that with those notations we can?
Mr. Chair, you made a comment about the vertical siding on the front door elevation wrapping. I don't think it needs to wrap.
Yeah, I think it works that way too, it's totally, if you did wrap, you'd probably wrap it back for a little while.
Just past the window, if you're going
Yeah,
to wrap it,
yeah.
you'd stop at the window.
But I think as long as we get to a good design and then,
Because this looks nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think just the one, that's the most simple.
Okay.
And it's just the face there, I think it's even stronger design. And then when you add
Mhm.
those beams in, I think you're getting quite a bit of bang for the buck.
And that could be the face with the color that matches the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, so are we good with all those things? And if so, then we're gonna need a motion to,
Do you want to do them separately, A and B, or?
yeah, let's just do this one and then.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and to the commission, if you could do separate motions on each on each option, and also include whether you'd like to add any conditions based on the location of the ADU, so front yard.
Oh, yeah. So is everyone in agreement we can just put them in the backyard? And
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
No front yard.
There, done.
One other, Chair,
That's it.
Chair Grumbine, the other, I thought I heard that staff, that you were wanting freedom to have these kind of wherever. Did I hear that right? So, yeah.
That's correct.
So-
But I think it would be better to, if we have these different styles that we're going through, I think it would, if you're going to use them wherever possibly, then I think they do need to be in the back, not in the front.
Well, I think
I wouldn't want to
both
see.
and. I mean, they're gonna have options, and so I still think that we can limit this to post-World War II
Can
historic
we?
structures.
That wasn't what I was hearing.
We can, can't we?
You can, however-
Because we can do it by age. So if we say, if it's a historic resource, and if it's post-1950, then it can be one of these. If it's not, then it can't be one of these, and it has to pick from the other stuff, right?
To the chair, yes, that you can add that as a condition, however, it does reduce the effectiveness of the program a little bit. just
Well,
because
not if, as long as we have other ones that still fit the bill, that they can do, that are Spanish or whatever, that are more universal with most of our language, I think, as long as we have others, then they have options, right?
It doesn't preclude them from doing a building. It just, what kind of building?
This exact one, or, yeah, they'll
That's
have other
correct. And
options.
we are, as a result of this program, we are hoping to have multiple different designs people can choose from, so.
We have a B coming up.
So, Chair,
On it.
if they say they had a Spanish house, but they wanted this one, they wanted this modern one in their backyard. Okay,
They can come
fine.
they can come to
So,
design review.
so that's why the front yard part is important. Because if they did want it in the front yard, then I think it would be really important that they match. If they aren't in the front yard, then it's less important.
I would say it's less important, but there are cases where it would still be, I think, a an eyesore or whatever, and it's not that they can't do an ADU. We're going to obviously have a number of other ADUs that they can do and choose from, and probably very, very similar. So, but then in a style that at least is more compatible with the historic resource.
Yeah, no,
Typically, we want them to be
I agree.
compatible.
I think that's, ideally, that's what we would like, but I'm just trying to respond to Mr. Hamilton Rawls' comment, and then,
Yeah,
be
but
flexible, but
the
if.
good thing is I think that we're going to have enough options for everyone to be able to use the program if they wanted to. And then they can always come for a variation thing, they can always come before for us for other stuff.
Yes, I guess through the chair to the rest of the commission, per the conversation we had with the architectural historian, we want kind of to condition things that Nicole wouldn't necessarily have to check each one because she just doesn't have the capacity to do that. So something very objective like for historic resources built after a certain year, that is a more enforceable condition that's objective and wouldn't require review by the architectural historian. But to Commissioner Ensberg's point, for like CEQA purposes and the Secretary of the Interior standards, as long as it's subservient to the main historic residence, it's acceptable for it to be different styles if it's in the backyard, but obviously this commission is more in favor of matching the styles, so that's kind of up to you, but the architectural historian's take on it is that as long as you limit it to the backyard, it's meeting the Secretary of Interior standards, and
Yeah.
that is subservient to the historic resource.
Yeah, but we're going for better than bottom of the barrel. All right, so if we're okay with that, then if everyone's okay with that simple limitation for this one, and then I'm sure there won't be those for others. Okay.
So we have to make a motion.
Okay, so yeah, so we need a motion with all those things, but it's not for, it's just a recommendation to staff for approval with these conditions as summarized.
Did the secretary get them all?
She did.
Okay,
That's,
all right.
I'll make a motion to recommend design A with our comments for staff consideration for approval.
second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Under discussion, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbein. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbein.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, first one passed. All right, so now let's go with B. It'll be a lot easier, I think. Think positive, think positive. Last time, the first one was like the first 2 hours, and then after that, we got faster and better and marched along.
It got later.
Yeah.
You got later.
Yeah. Yeah, without cookies. Okay. All right, so this motion was for option B was to continue definitely with and the commission feels this design is with the following comments. The commission feels this design is appropriate for flat roof Spanish style. So 2, add horizontal muntins into the windows. 3, inset the windows as far as possible. 4, remove the transom window above the door. 5, drop the plate height to 8 feet. 6, the doors and windows should have 6 foot 8 inch head height. 7, parapet detail should be proper historic Pueblo Viejo. 8, the windows should be wood or wood-clad casements. 9, the door needs to be Spanish style. 10, include an option with the bathroom window removed and a skylight included instead. 11, the light fixture should be wrought iron. 12, leader heads and downspouts should be painted metal. Motion was by Ensberg, second by Drury, 6-0-0. The commission was losing members.
Apparently.
Dorden, Uli, and McClure were absent. The motion carried. Okay.
I was still watching.
Yeah.
Commissioner Uli's here to share our pain.
Yeah. So, okay, so now let's quickly go through this and especially commenting on how you address the options or address the comments.
Okay, so all the comments that pertain to the first one are kind of pertaining to this one as well. The only big difference is that it's going to be stucco material on the siding, and then terracotta clay.
Two-piece.
Is on the roof. But all the comments that were addressed were the window height, the doors, inset, the plate height for the ceiling, the skylights were added, and then the window was removed for the bathroom for the skylight instead. But all the comments would pretty much apply to the same as option A.
Can you scroll through?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So,
And Mr. Chair, pardon my interruption to the applicant. My understanding was that the flat roof design is no longer proposed. It's the design that you were looking at previously in rendering, just with different materials.
So the flat roof is no longer a deal.
Both A and B are now gable roof.
gable. Yeah, gable roof. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we should start with just bringing our comments from the last one here, and that is that the window should be added in the bedroom, the window in the dining room should be doubled, the window in the bathroom should be put back, and in all of these cases, these windows have muttons. And so I think if we start there, we can eliminate or reduce the conversation about windows. And then it seems to me the entire building should just be a nice, clean plaster box.
So let's,
Sadly, I do not have a rendering.
It's going to be the same one we just looked at. You just have to imagine plaster and red
well, do you have
tile.
the original one, actually?
I don't think we had a, did we have one? I don't believe so.
I don't recall.
I don't
Is it in
recall.
the-
It was for
is it
a
in the last
different
one?
option.
It might be in the last one.
it's
It
a
might be worth
different
just
option.
looking through
Yeah.
that really quick.
Do you have B in the previous PDF
I
that's
don't
on
think
here?
it's up right now. But it's for, there's another option that we're presenting that's smaller that would give you a sense of what it looks like.
All right, well, I guess we're going to have to, well, we're used to using our imagination, aren't we? I would say then, just using the aesthetic from, if you can show us the rendering of the one we just reviewed, so we have the box in our mind anyway. So it would seem, if that roof has tile on it, that structural elements that you can see are more important, because you're not going to believe that the eave or the rake are going to support themselves with nothing. And I suppose also it might be appropriate to have a zero rake and even maybe a zero eave, and just have the tile do that detail for you. Potentially.
So,
Could,
We don't have the Spanish version, so you
yeah,
gotta
so,
use your...
yeah, let's look at the other thing, because I think there's other issues with like lighting, like where this is.
the lighting.
We're trying to get final approval, and I'm seeing a pretty large leap from what we need to describe to this, even in the massing form, that is trying to get it to be to this comfortable Spanish. And I'm a little worried that that's going to be a pretty big leap.
Because we don't have the
But-
visual.
Chair?
Yeah, and I think that even just the massing wise, I don't know, this feels more like a 60s, 70s.
So we're approving a project for which there is no
Exactly,
drawings.
there's no drawings, and that's,
But we're forced to do that.
That's okay.
Because
That's the way it
we
is.
made an application without drawings.
Can we go back
with
to the?
only certain drawings that apply. Okay,
Can we go to the, okay, we have this in our mind. Can we go
Yeah.
back to the other one? The one that, I guess, with the siding? Because remember, if you took that same thing, if you took the same thing and let it be exactly what we just talked about, exactly what we just talked about, adding the windows, now we have the muntins, okay, we have the muntins, we have the ridge beam, we have the other ridge beam, so that's an element. Now it's all stucco with a Spanish door. Then the only thing we didn't talk about is the lighting. So if the lighting is a Spanish style on this one, and on the other one, it needs to be a little bit more contemporary, I feel like it's okay. When you have, I don't think we need to pull the
Same
roof
box.
in. Yeah, it's the same box, and I
so
think that,
that's where I would say, push back a little bit, and that, the closest you can get is a Cliff May, 50s, 60s with this bump in the wall like this, in the way in which these forms are being played. I would then say, well, maybe if you broke that little piece and it has its own little gable, but that's kind of a little bit craftsman, maybe that could be a Spanish enough version.
Oh, so you did-
Yeah.
do that.
If you broke that down, then maybe it can start to feel like a Spanish massing of a little Spanish house. But the problem is, that I see with this is your massing it's a 60s, 70s, 50s, 60s, 70s massing at best, at earliest, I should say. And then we're getting into the realm of designing this thing that, so using just language so much that I don't think we've been given enough for that.
I guess I'll push back again. I think it's because,
I can see with a flat roof box more as the original like parapet, that actually works in massing as a Spanish massing. I could see that as a thing that works, but now we're also imagining in that, and it probably works, and I would guess it would, but the first thing I would do to check that would be draw it.
well, we don't get to do that.
I know.
And so I would say that given what it is, that it's a little thing in the backyard, and that it has a tile roof on it, that adds a huge amount of, message. And we have muntins in the windows, we have a Spanish door, we have white stucco, and we have additional windows, and we have a nice Spanish-style light fixture. I think it's okay. I think it's good. Yeah, we could noodle around with it, but I think for what it is, that it's fine. And this makes it much easier for them. It's a product that they can put together. It's the same box. Everything's the same. And so there's a lot to be said for that. And maybe it's not,
George Washington Smith.
yeah, it's not George Washington Smith, but I think it's fine. And then, yeah, I think it's okay. I think we should just let it go, and I think it'll be good.
Pardon my interruption, just want to remind all commissioners to talk into your mic. We've been getting some messages that not everybody's being heard, so.
Okay.
People are listening?
Want to be on
Okay.
the record. I would generally agree with that. Again, the premise of the program is to be able to replicate these things fairly easily. It's the old premise that, in the teens, in the 1900s and teens, architects thought that the client could build the house themselves, and so they designed blocks that you could put together. They never worked out. These things never work out, but that's not our charge. We're trying to make it so that it is as easy to do as possible. So it seems to me the same floor plan, the same window layout, the difference between the windows is they're muttons or no muttons. The door changes so that with the perceived style. With all the comments from option A, the wood on the eaves and rafter ridge would support the fact that there's tile sitting on the roof. And the proportions aren't what George Washington Smith or Luda Maria Riggs would do, but they're not here, and this isn't that. They're in the backyard, they're subservient, and I think I totally agree with your strategy that it will make it easy. I have a question, though, a rare one. I'm trying to figure out what these wood things sticking out of the base of the building are. I've seen them.
Where?
On the right-hand side, they're sticking out, and if you show another rendering, they're sticking out of the back.
Vent?
No, they're not a vent because they cast a shadow.
Are they a plant?
I'm trying to figure out.
Ground
They
vigas.
cast a shadow, so they're.
Plants.
They're the vigas.
Oh, those things.
So
Yeah,
anyway.
Flat roof. Where is it?
Yeah.
You know it's under there.
Yeah. Oh, they should have some shoes underneath from, anti-Maine.
Under 4 vents for a raised floor structure.
I think it's from the model, the vigas that were popping out on
Yeah,
the parapet wall
Yeah,
somehow.
because vents don't cast a shadow. Anyway, I totally agree with that strategy. I think that's the way we should approach this.
Okay, I don't agree with that, so others? What does everyone feel? I think that they should come back. This isn't the end of the program. I think that there's.
It's here, we're approving it,
No,
we're
no,
not approving it.
What I'm saying is, we need to get projects passed, but, and have but people can keep adding to it, right? People can keep adding projects as things go on, if this is successful, assuming that we have a batch to start with.
The next submittal round will be early 2025. We'll just be accepting these on a rolling basis. So they could, if the commission does not approve this design or the Spanish design today, the applicant could come back later on with a.
And we can give some comments for you to come back with that Spanish one and get it right. And I think that it's one step away, but I think we should, if we're talking about repeated buildings, as long as we have something that people can choose from that month, great, we'll have some more the next month or whatever. And I think we should at least hold our standards to that, which I think is doable, and this still doesn't conflict with the program. That's my opinion. If this really was the one and only chance, then I would probably lean into where you guys are landing, but I think we do have a little bit more, and let's make sure we have some, but it would be nice to see a very similar thing.
So what I'm understanding is if we take an action not to approve a Spanish version, there won't be a Spanish version available. And then when the program opens back up for, I guess, like your insurance open enrollment period, there's an opportunity for somebody to submit something else, and then we can haggle over that and approve or not approve or whatever.
We can give our comments now so that the applicant knows what to do for the Spanish version and go and do it, and then resubmit January.
That's correct, and unfortunately, that's just how the program is structured currently, is you get 2 hearings. We may have more flexibility with that in the future, but that's what we're dealing with this round.
So
if you hear that someone else is going to be slipping in, then you can jump on board. You can say that on the record.
And through the chair to the rest of the commission, just a reminder that this is not the only Spanish option before you today.
Yeah.
So this wouldn't
we'll see.
eliminate Spanish options from the program, should you choose to approve one of the other ones.
So, Mr. Chair, the real question is how many people on the dais agree with you?
That's right.
And proceed, and how many don't agree with you, and that will tell us whether or not we're continuing to talk about it or we're going to vote no.
That sounds good. So within that, what do you guys?
Mr. Chair, I reluctantly agree with you. No, I mean, because I see the wisdom of both Commissioner Ensberg and Uli's argument, but I think we need to actually refine this properly done, presented properly. I would agree with you.
All right. Commissioner Butler?
I'm persuaded to Ms. Enberg and Mr. Woolley's view. I think simplicity.
Then Mr. Butler, I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm inclined with the original idea. Let's go ahead and match the changes that we've already addressed in the traditional version. Put a red tile roof on it, plaster the walls. It's painful. I respect it. I really respect that. We need housing. We need housing now. We need housing as much as we can get it, right? So that's my opinion.
Okay.
You asked.
No, that's right. Commissioner Lenvik?
I agree with Commissioner Ensberg in that the adaptation of plaster and mission tile to the first scheme is adequate.
Okay. All right, that sounded like you guys have the majority, so do with it what you will.
That means we're off your Christmas list?
That's right.
Is that what that means?
No calendar cast next year.
That's right. See if you get a coaster. All right.
It'll be broken.
That's right, exactly. All right, so, yeah, there we go. Now, now it comes out. Okay, so it's sounding like, does one of you want to make those summary comments, and then call, and then we can call?
I'll take a stab at it, and thank you. So if you could go to the rendering front side. Thank you. Yeah. So I would say that all of the comments with respect to windows, wood beams, and adding the window back to the bathroom, all those comments from option A should be applied to option B. The windows should include muttons, plaster sided. The front door should be a Spanish style. Other than the River of Life, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure.
A 6 or 8 panel door.
Yeah. Red tile roof.
And wrought iron light fixture.
And a wrought iron light fixture.
Is there one in the later ones that we can reference? There,
I think he said he had
their smaller one or whatever that.
yeah,
The next one.
Trim in the windows, plaster one.
can we see that?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No.
Zoom into the light fixture.
The light, zoom into the light.
No, we did not, but I think they got it.
Yeah, that one was at least close enough that.
Yeah. We can't go backwards now. We've already done that one.
And so then the light fixture on the
Spanish
one?
Should be a,
Should be wrought iron.
No, but
should be a
have-
Spanish-style
Oh, gotcha.
light fixture.
No, I don't have that
No.
specific light fixture for this. But I'll,
But they're readily available, so.
I got references last time.
Do we want to say 6 light on the windows? We just said
Or
muntins.
how about per the rendering?
Rendering,
Yeah.
okay.
They added the vertical.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the mutton cut-ups should be proportional to the window, whether there's 6 of them or 3 of them or whatever it is, right?
And I think that's what he has.
Yeah.
For them.
What am I missing?
The ridge beams.
Yeah.
I'm not
All
talking
right.
to you.
Did you say stucco? You did,
Stucco.
right. Mhm.
Yeah.
I'll second it if it's ready.
Did you get all of those?
Yes.
All right. I don't think I missed anything.
I think you got it.
It should be a smooth stucco finish. We don't want that hotel.
Spanish lace.
Swiping stuff that, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think that, I hope we're not implying that wood trim around the windows.
No.
I gotta call it out.
There is no trim around the windows.
So just a bull nose.
Just a plaster bull nose finish. These walls aren't thick enough for the window to be reset, so, we're not getting any of that.
Yeah. Well, they'll probably enough at least. Is it 2 by 6?
Yeah, it's a 6.
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
do
just
an inch and a
enough.
half.
Yeah, just enough.
Just
to
enough for the
bull nose
nose,
and
yeah.
kill Diagonds.
And that would be also true of the door, the trim. There's no trim on the Spanish for
There's
the
no trim
doors
on
or
on this
windows.
building.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. I see it.
Oh, well, on this building, yes.
What about the gutters and downspouts? Copper. Just kidding. No.
Ah,
We talked about the copper or galvanized.
painted galvanized, I think.
Painted
galvanized,
galvanized,
yeah.
There's only 2 of them.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
is that-
second.
All right, there's a motion and a second under discussion. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
No.
Can
Oh,
you
wait,
state the
Commissioner-
reason why?
Commissioner Drury? Oh, did you-
abandoned you
Oh, my gosh, wow. Wow, at 2, Drury, at 2. All right, I'll state the reason why. Because I would
cross
like
him
to
off your
sleep at
list.
night.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the lack of cookies.
All right, okay.
Very good.
And then, so this, and that's not an appealable action. So, okay, so we are
Part of
going.
an interruption, Chair Grumbine. I'm sorry. Could you actually state your reason why for your no vote, unless it is the sleep at night comment?
Yes, I'm on the record, I would like to sleep at night. Okay.
Which suggests you're not getting enough sleep. I don't, this is not a counseling session.
Yeah, I guess we got too personal there. All right. Now we are on we did A and B, so then you're still up here, right? For, item,
Item 4.
yep.
Yeah, these are just the smaller.
All right, so we are on to item 4, continued item for pre-approved accessory dwelling units. Proposal for a pre-approval of 497 square foot, one-story detached accessory dwelling unit, flat parapet roof in traditional style, variation option A, and a Spanish style variation option B. Request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions or denial of design A and B. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on the plans or to match the primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. Design was last reviewed July 17th, 2024. And then we'll see about minutes for that as well, once we have all this up. All right, so the motion was for continued design option B indefinitely with the following comments. Top trellis members need to be minimum 3 inches and include a detail on the ends. 2, support posts shall be a minimum of 6 by 6 inch posts and beams. 3, the sliding glass door needs to be French doors with muntins divided lights. 4, all windows should be 6 foot 8 inch head height. 5, recess the windows as deeply in the wall as possible. 6, the light fixtures should be wrought iron. 7, leader heads and downspouts should be painted metal. The motion was by House. The second was by Drury. 600. Dordan, Uli, and McClure were absent. The motion carried. All right. So
And just for the record, I was still watching that same kind
Okay.
of painful exchange.
All right, thank you. I'm glad.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you walk us through, show us what you changed and/or what the new, or how you answered the design, and let's go from there.
This is B, Spanish.
Correct.
There should be an A and a B, right?
It comes after B, it was followed on. You'll see it in a minute.
Okay.
So we, for this project, where it's, we notated the comments and we adjusted the height to be 8'6" to kind of give a little bit more headroom for the parapet roof. Just making sure this is the parapet roof?
Yeah.
Okay. We reduced the height to make it more scalable. We added the muntins to the windows and doors. And we fixed the trellis members to be kind of to scale the 6 by 6 kind of language that you guys mentioned. I think that's the big details that I remember. But it was...
Okay, and then can you take us to the renderings and around this?
So actually... I think that all the way at the bottom. So these were the renderings we were able to submit, but I also have some other ones with a little bit different color scheme and kind of different plaster that I kind of wanted to show on my iPad that are a little bit more developed.
Okay.
If I could possibly do that.
Sure, we can have City TV if you can. Yep.
Can they do that?
Yeah, because that'll be at least on public record.
And to clarify, for this program, these aren't appealable decisions, so we can be a little bit more flexible as far as allowing things at the hearing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Like lack of adherence to the style.
Yeah, exactly. Like we threw out all the rules.
Guidelines? What guidelines?
All right.
Oh, it's a glare. It's a little bit of a glare. Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
So
All right.
there's it's the same rendering, just the color scheme is a little bit different for the siding for the stucco on the outside, and then we removed.
Got rid of that glare.
And then we just kind of changed the colors on the doors, and you can kind of see that they're a little bit more recessed to kind of give that depth. And then this rendering gives a little bit more kind of like a better language to this parapet roof.
Mm-hmm.
But we addressed all those.
This is the parapet roof proposed.
Parapet roof, yes.
Right.
That's,
Yes. And,
And should I scroll through anything, or is this?
yeah, you can go to the next one. They're all the same renderings that you will see that I'm going to post on the computer. They're just a little bit more tweaked and worked in.
Yeah.
That way you guys can see actually.
You
Yeah.
still got the Vigas in the
Yes.
basement Vigas.
Corner ornamentations are gone.
Yeah, so we removed those just because we felt like it didn't work out as planned.
That's good, better. Okay. All right, any other things to show?
No, and then you can kind of, that's a little bit harder to see for you guys. Pretty much, these ones, the older ones are just kind of the same, just the coloration and.
Oh, we'll pass it around. Okay. Great, so then, and
Check
does
your
that,
browser history.
can you go through,
Go
see-
ahead.
can you scroll through the rest of your drawings?
Yes.
And do you have
Elevations?
a spec for the light, the wrought iron light?
Yeah, we don't have a iron rod spec yet, so we would have to add that.
Okay.
don't see this,
So, a question for staff, would it be reasonable to have as a condition to select from any already approved HLC Spanish light project, any Spanish light from a project already approved by HLC?
That makes
Then it
sense.
allows them to look at a wide range and pick something that we've already approved as a Spanish. Yeah, well, but then they'll give it an actual spec, so that way they can, because anything because it'll call out a manufacturer, it'll call out a style, and they can select from
that
anything.
makes a lot of sense.
Thinking that one through on the spot, I do believe that
And then
we
they can
could
check it
add
with-
that.
And then they can check it with
Just
staff.
say yes. Just
It would,
That's a checkbox.
I'm just thinking about the type of research that would be involved. I think we could just ask the applicant to provide the
Yeah,
project and,
Just, yeah,
yeah,
look through.
that would,
They can
that should
watch
work.
like hundreds of hours of HLC footage, or,
Yeah. Let's
Do we-
condition that.
no, but
we-
there's now digital, so many files from past applications that they can look through.
That's correct, and I mean, in the future, staff could potentially even put some of those details on the website and help applicants out that way.
Yeah.
Good
Do
suggestion.
we, where are we at? Are we going to get public comment now, or what are we,
Yeah,
what are
so
we doing?
I think so. I just wanted to at least, as we're
Thank
looking at, no, let's flip through the rest of their drawings, just so we at least have seen the set, and then that was just sort of while they were pulling it up.
Yeah,
question.
so these were the heights that were changed. Originally, if I recall, these were 10 feet 6, but now it's been changed for the ceiling heights. And then we just added muntins to all the doors and windows. But overall, it's all the same. And then see if we have a trellis member. The trellis members got changed to be a little bit thicker, so they weren't 2x4s. Let me see if I can find it. We would have to show specs for these. I don't think the drawing conveys the actual size.
And so we can also just say a minimum size.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other?
The elevations in the rendering.
These are the old ones, not the new ones.
Still, I know.
Let's see. These were like the old ones?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm looking for windows.
So the plaster band has been eliminated, is
Yes.
that right?
We
yeah,
removed
it's
it.
gone.
But we have the tile cap.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to scroll through them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just so we've officially seen
Okay.
everything that you have.
Yeah, and then I guess I'll show the second version of these that we didn't like. So we just removed them, but I'll scroll through these.
Well, your
Yeah.
option that's unsubmitted is much better.
Yeah, we didn't get to turn it in before, so
And
that
I
was
think that
our
that would
bad.
be something we probably want to work with
Yes.
on
this is-
you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I like the one that's being passed around on the iPad, so it'd be nice to get that into the record somehow.
Well, it was because it got recorded.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Overall comment, I like this, how it's detailed on the iPad version. My suggestion is the front door. In my opinion, the front door is unnecessary. You could come around and come through the sliding glass door on the patio and make the patio the entry to the building and eliminate, this just looks it looks forced and arbitrary, this front door, and I would just eliminate it and use the sliding glass door on the patio as the front door.
Is that legal?
Can you scroll around? Actually, can you?
I don't think,
Let's take a look at what it looks like on the
Yeah,
better version.
French would work, yes. But not a slider.
yeah. French door is fine, but my whole point is that the entry should be on the patio and not forced. There's nothing,
Man,
Yeah.
That also would make it more flexible for different
Yeah.
functions, because who knows how it's going to fit on the site.
you know, this front door seems to me it needs like an eyebrow or a cover
Yeah.
or it just is, you know, it's naked out there in the wind, and it also, I think, would increase the placement of furniture on the inside, because there's like nowhere to put furniture.
Can you go to the floor plan?
Would there be a window attached to the front door?
No, a nice blank wall. Artwork or a vine.
Well, then they have to put a French door.
Yeah, okay.
Means instead of sliding door.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd work. Why not? Sure, that makes sense.
So we just
Yeah,
rolled
okay.
right into comments now?
So yeah,
I think we're questions and comments, yeah.
we're blending it. So, so let's discuss that, because that seems like it seems like everyone had fairly positive reactions to the iPad version of the design, where it's going. So that's
Do you
good.
want me to put it in the middle again?
Sure.
And now it seems like one of the other, and it seems also like from what he went through our list of things that we wanted. He seems to have gotten
I think it's good.
gotten them nice and updated. So now the question is, this front door, does that want to get eliminated or not, or turned into a window?
If that door moved, if you eliminated the door, I agree, I should eliminate it. And then if you slid this sliding door toward the television wall, and then made one of the doors be, maybe you have a door with a side light, and one of them is the entry door into the unit, so that the door can open up against that
TV wall.
cabinet thing.
The French door.
Yeah, so this moves over, you slide the whole thing over to the bottom, and then your entrance is on the left side and with a side light next to it.
Basically 3 panels wide. One's
No, I
a
would
door.
just slide the whole thing down and then leave the rest of I wouldn't make it bigger. I would just slide it down.
Okay, so how are people feeling about that?
Love it.
Getting rid of that single door, okay. All right.
One other
Okay, yeah.
One other thing, which isn't, I would just have one sink in the bathroom. This is a small, teeny weeny space, and I don't think you need 2 sinks, and you probably need the counter space more than you need 2 sinks. I know that doesn't have anything to do with the aesthetic, but,
There's nothing to do with aesthetics.
I know,
Yeah, but there it is.
yeah.
Um,
Not the exterior aesthetics, but the interior.
On the trellis, I like that you've detailed the trellis better, but I think your support beam needs to wrap and hit the wall and get rid of the knee braces. Those seem odd to me. It would support itself if you tied the support beam back to the wall on the short edge, and make the post, rather than a 4x4, make it like a 6x6
Is it?
or an 8x8. Just
We
make
had
it bigger,
we had
spindly.
said that at the beginning.
Well,
Is
don't
it
get
6
it
by
too
6?
big.
We can just
So-
call it out, but.
Yeah, we would have to make sure that it's,
Okay.
that size.
6x6.
Yeah, at least a 6x6.
Can we,
These renderings
can
might
we
be-
get, because on the long stretch, I think without the knee
Here?
brace as well, no, the long run, yeah, can we get one more post in there? That, I think we'll subdivide it, at least to a point where you don't need the knee braces or anything else.
Oh, yeah, divide it in half.
Yeah, and then it's got, goes back to the wall, but that's not as long a run. It's 10
Yeah.
foot, 10, so,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So we'll add a
I would
post
agree with
midway. Okay.
And does the post need a base on it? It has a base on it, but I don't think it needs
kind
a
of-
base on it.
It's kind of, yeah.
It just needs a cap.
Simplify it and it'll be, that's
Just
fine.
needs a cap.
Yeah.
right?
And
Okay.
look, we just saved money.
Well, we got rid of those knee braces, that saves $2. Oh, and a couple of screws.
All right, and then the light, we can say to select from
Any approved
Spanish,
Spanish colonial revival building in town.
Or, yeah, although that'll be
don't
a
say
spec.
It'll
That-
be the same thing.
Yep, it'll work both. Okay, and then any other additional pieces? We've said that to remove the front door and turn the sliding doors into a single fixed and a one offside operable to operate as the front door. And then in the same location or slid down?
I think she
Okay,
said
slid down towards the TV.
Better
I'm
for
gonna just
this,
call
for
it-
this new column that you're putting into.
Yeah, that's true, it'll get it off center. So how far down do we want to slide it?
So are you suggesting that there be three
No, I'm
panels of the same size?
No, she said the
No,
same-
I'm saying
same
take that
division.
same dimension you have right there of the door, the
Grab 'em,
the
slide
door
it
you have,
down.
and just take it and slide it down to wherever that looks like 18 inches or something that you have for the,
Cabinet?
that cabinet that the TV is sitting on. So just to,
How about a line where the current door hinges? A line with that.
where that one that's going away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Line with where the current door that is going away or that is going to be removed hinges.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
okay. And then, any other discussion about the windows on that wall? No windows?
Well, do you
Or a
want to
window
make,
to replace the door?
would you want to make a window where,
Term is a nice white wall, according to.
well, we were going to put the artwork there, right?
And for the art, my painting.
There's a big place for the artwork.
I would say just leave it a nice white wall.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. That's not the hill that I want to get outvoted on again.
Well, it will give them more options for furniture.
That's fine,
like
yeah.
Commissioner Uli said, you know, they'll be able to,
And, okay.
artwork.
Any other adjustments?
Be able to get an Ames chair in there
no,
at
I
least.
think,
All right. So, with those, and with the posts to add a post in the center of the trellis, with the long span of the trellis.
Right.
In the center of it, and make sure the posts are at least 6 by 6. And remove the base of the post is not needed.
and keep the tile cap
Keep the tile cap, and they have a nice detail
and
for
everything.
that,
Oh,
too.
and then the color would be, it could be this Santa Barbara blue color, or it could be a
for
dark
the
color.
chair.
It could be any number of colors,
So we
depending
can
on,
say from our approved style guide, right?
or to match the
Or to match
Spanish
existing.
house
Yeah.
that it's going to go in the backyard of.
And in this case, I guess part of the question is now, okay, so we're also saying for all of them, backyard. And then also this works anywhere in the EPV. But this is only for historic structures that we're actually talking about this, is that right? Or I can't remember whether we're talking about it for both EPV and historic structures or just historic structures.
Both EPV and on designated historic resources.
Okay, so then the question becomes, For, the other one was a little bit easier, a lot easier, just to be able to say a date and then move forward, that was okay. In this case, the question is, do we just say this for any general historic structure, because this is Santa Barbara, so we're okay with Spanish colonial revival and behind a Victorian, or behind a Craftsman, or behind a...
No, just Spanish.
Okay, so-
Original direction was they matched the house.
That's right.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so now that's starting to limit in terms of, well, now with the Victorian Craftsman,
Yeah, but we have B. We have A, option A, we haven't done yet.
Just for a point of clarification, would a comment that it's appropriate for any site in EPV or?
yes,
but
for sure, because it is
even
Spanish
if
colonial
it's,
revival.
even if the main house is not, like, we have,
Oh, like if
know.
you have a Victorian,
Yeah, we
that's
have-
in EPV, but this is not, and it is a historic resource, because that's where we have like official
Right.
conflict, right? Because if
And-
it's not a historic resource,
a recommendation from staff that was sent to us earlier is that you could recommend to staff only for Spanish-style buildings, and that wouldn't necessarily be something objective that we could enforce, because then that would lead to the staff needing to evaluate the style of each building, but we could put a recommendation on the website that this design is recommended for Spanish colonial style building. So an owner that identifies their building as a Spanish colonial style building would be maybe prompted to use that design, but I don't know if that's, if you folks are wanting to go a little more
so
strict on
I
that.
guess part of the other question is, I think we'd be more, as long as we have some, I'll just make this up, so as long as we have a wood siding building that's horizontal, that's simple, vernacular, that would probably be something, I'm gonna guess, that all the commissioners would be comfortable with behind a Craftsman, behind a, actually kind of similar to what you had as a horizontal, but just maybe it was a simple box instead of with the 60s, 70s bump. But if it was something simple, vernacular, that's wood siding and wood trim and very basic and low-key, that was sort of a 30s, 40s thing, that would probably be fairly universally okay in the back of a Victorian and a Craftsman.
I would agree.
And that's probably the most flexible, like,
Yes.
anything kind of style, because it's very it's basic vernacular, whereas Spanish colonial has a strong flavor to it. So we might
Oh,
say,
We did not do that one. We did the, we have stucco from
I know,
our
we don't
previous
have
one.
it yet.
We don't have it.
I know we don't
That's
have one
coming
yet.
in 2025.
Okay.
Yeah, but that might be something that could go
Okay.
towards anything, maybe.
Yes, agreed.
And then the Spanish, we can say recommended for. Once we had something like that, could we swap it out and say, okay, this is now for Spanish and an EPV, not just recommended, but this is it, and then you have this other option in EPV that's not Spanish, like the Victorian, as once we have something that's citing in basic vernacular. What do you think?
I think you could do that.
Once we
Okay,
have it.
later. That could be
Yeah.
a later thing? and then
I mean,
once-
it depends on what applicants submit, and if we get
Okay.
a submittal like that.
Because then I think
that's
we can probably
possible.
get it to a thing that's very simple and just staff, not like Nicole staff, but just staff at the counter can be like, yeah, okay, it's here, and check it off. Okay, great.
So,
Because
Mr. Chair.
we have contemporary, like the one we did.
Yeah, modern,
the-
yeah.
The modern one, and we have the Spanish. We just need this other one, which he had a good example
Yeah.
of, but we just haven't done it yet.
And maybe you can come back with that one too, with a little adjustment to it.
With the horizontal siding.
Yeah, we were, for the next one, I think we switched what we're deciding to do anyways.
Okay, great. All right, so let's just, so maybe for this one, for the time being, we say it's okay in EPV.
Well, I was
No,
going
no.
to say that our guidelines for EPV require this kind of a building. So
And
so
the
even
only
if we had,
Exceptions are when it's doing it with, we have to make the
Victorian.
findings.
so even if we had a Victorian, it's still, our guidelines for the district are going to suggest that we go this way. Because we couldn't do a Victorian unless we make
no,
an
no,
exception.
But it does both. Our guidelines say this EPV as a default, and then unless there's architecture that, that is other than that, and like for historic resources, and you're matching that. So I still think, I like where you're going with it as a default for now. We
Yeah.
have it in there, and then once we get another basic vernacular with siding, we can say that's the one that could be the other option for non-Spanish and EPV. Something like that.
But we could, I guess my point is, in EPV, someone could not propose to build a new Victorian-style building in the district because the guidelines don't support it. Right. You can restore one that is in the district, that is right, but you couldn't build a brand-new one because the guidelines don't support that. So I'm suggesting in EPV that this would be okay and consistent with the guidelines sitting behind a Victorian house.
I would be okay with that. I don't know what others feel like, at least for now, until we get a bunch of these and then we can make a simple cut.
I don't think that is consistent with the guidelines.
That building
No,
or my statement?
the statement.
I
think there's both
If you
and
have a-
in the
you have a
guidelines.
frame building, EPV, and you want to put a little ADU behind it, the guidelines give us, I think, the discretion to not require,
To match the architecture.
yeah, to not match it. But the prevailing trend is you match the architecture with what's on the site.
Yeah, I think that's right, where the guidelines give us that flexibility, but it basically goes on ATHLC on a case-by-case basis to say, is it better that you do a Spanish building here, even though it's behind whatever, Victorian, or is it better that you do something that's a little more complementary to the Victorian, and maybe it's wood or whatever? So can we, at least for now, agree that this is okay in EPV as a basic thing? We can shuffle those other things around once we get more, if we think that there's other ones that are better as a general for
I
Victoria.
totally agree with that.
Is that okay? Commissioner Ensberg, don't look convinced.
No, I agree with Commissioner Lenvik, but if we can't do that right now because we
Not
just
yet,
don't
we
have
don't
it,
have it
then
yet.
maybe this is the path that we go, and we're covered for something that at least is EPV-ish.
It's kind of like the objective design standards. and
So,
we're all-
okay, so I'll be flexible and say that that's good, but I think we do need to have, I think it's going to look weird to have a, Queen Anne or something with a Spanish thing behind
I
it.
agree, and I think that hopefully by the year beginning, we'll have other ones that would make more sense with a very simple division of non-Spanish in EPV.
And our staff is hearing that, you guys agree with that too? Do you feel like that's the right thing we're saying is that, and also our applicant who has brought forth these other ones, maybe he can bring another one.
Yeah, and I think
How do
part of
you
my-
guys-
My thought on it is real quickly is, as I'm scanning the styles of like, what are the non-Spanish styles that would be a historic resource in EPV that would, then you would need to have some sort of exception. I think all the ones I can think of would work fine with some sort of a siding, basic vernacular building.
Easy.
And so it would be a very easy say, because it's a historic resource, it had to be designated as a style. So we can then say, all the
Mr. Chair,
historic
Mr.
resources.
Chair,
True.
staff is getting a project brought before them in the EPV, and there is a Victorian or craftsman on the property. Staff has got to understand that what goes on that property is not an option for them to decide on, but is a requirement of the ordinance. And that ordinance currently says that you put, I believe, I could be wrong.
I've got it
that
pulled
you-
up.
All right.
Yes, and I believe both Commissioners Uli and Lenvik are right, kind of coming from different directions. So the new construction can only be Mediterranean-style architecture. However, per the ordinance, other compatible styles may be allowed, notwithstanding subsection A above. Alterations or additions to the structure match the original architectural style of a historic resource, and such alterations or additions do not significantly alter the structure. Well, so essentially, yes, that if it's a designated historic building in EPV that's a Victorian building, then the new ADU could be Victorian. And I do think Commissioner Lenvik is making a good point, or I don't remember who said it, that if it's a designated historic structure, that architectural style has been identified, and that would be something that staff could check at an administrative level. That wouldn't necessarily need to go to Nicole.
And then they would say, this is this style, therefore you can pick from these,
Correct.
this pile or that
Yes,
pile.
yes.
And, okay, great. So then it's just a matter of getting these in.
Okay, so I don't want to belabor it, because this
Yes,
is not the
let's-
hill I'm going to die on.
Okay.
That says alterations or additions to the structure.
Yeah, I know.
These buildings are not additions to the structure, they're a standalone, freestanding building, and so I don't believe it fits that requirement of the rules. I totally agree if it is an addition or alteration of an existing historic structure. Got it. These are not it. These are brand-new structures sitting in the backyard, so I don't think that Section 2 applies.
But it has been how we treated,
At our discretion.
Yes, yeah, because we're dealing with the whole property, there's the historic resource, you're detached as a ancillary structure. We want you to be sympathetic at least, but you could also be Spanish if you wanted to.
Yes.
I
totally agree with that.
That would be the sort of our normal procedure. So anyways, I think that at least for now, if we can table this, knowing that we're gonna hopefully have more of the wood siding and other simple things, and then we can give at least general guidance based on those.
Because I think, if we get a version that is more sympathetic to Victorians or craftsmen, that's just something going to give more flexibility
Yeah.
for housing to occur. This particular style, SCR style, is rather restrictive and defined, so.
Okay,
Well,
so
we
can we get?
Chair Grumby, can we approve this one?
Yes, I think we can.
Let's
so
do
is
this
that-
one.
Hold on,
This,
not the one on the screen.
the Spanish style option B, the one that we've
Okay.
just been going around and around.
So-
Can we move this one on?
Yeah, so I think we have the comments all there. Okay, great. So,
Before we make any motions, part of my interruption, Chair Grumby, can we please open public comment just
Oh,
for
yes.
procedural
Yes.
necessities?
Okay, so let's open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this? Not seeing anyone?
I don't have anyone on Zoom, and we didn't receive written correspondence.
Okay,
Thank you.
Closing public comment. Okay, now could we have a motion with those comments?
I'll move to approve the 497 square foot, one-story detached accessory dwelling unit with a flat parapet roof, Spanish style option B with the comments that have been made. I'm assuming, do you have them all? Do I have to?
Yeah. And
Do I
this
need to
is
say
for a
them?
recommendation to staff for
Okay, for
approval with
yeah.
with conditions and
Right.
with those.
Second.
conditions.
And do you have the list, or do I need to say it?
We have him. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, and Commissioner Drury seconded it. Under discussion, any more discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumby. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Enzberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes?
and Chair Grumby.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, so now let's go to A. Is that
And
what-
Chair Grumbine, excuse me, I will have to leave here in about 15 minutes.
All right.
So I'll stay for as long as I
Yeah,
can
okay,
here,
let's-
but then I have
Let's
to.
move quick and,
We have 14 minutes to get it done.
all right, so let's go on to the next one.
We have a quorum.
Yeah, we still will have a quorum.
Quorum is 5.
Yep. All right,
Now to option A.
okay.
So for this option, I think we kind of went back and we didn't like this roof design, but we were changing the styling for the siding. We didn't update this one just because I remember that we weren't satisfied with the roof design for this, the language on this one. We don't have renderings for this one, but it was the same kind of comments on even the trellis was a different member trying to, you can kind of see it here. It was like vertical, like beams kind of going horizontal. We adjusted all the same comments, windows, doors, but they're not reflected on this one just because we haven't updated this one. So I would.
This is just the set from before then.
Yes, this is a set from before.
And then let's see the comments for what we said. And what was it for? Where were we seeing it for? As a
This is traditional style
Is-
A,
as sort of a
modern.
and the roof material was
These were asphalt
Yeah.
shingles.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think this just has to be said. If any other applicant was in front of us for a second hearing and we didn't have updated drawings and graphics, we would send them packing.
This one's fine. We're fine with the first one.
So it's challenging that, we've got to make this leap without proper graphics and drawings.
Yeah, I agree. Is everyone in agreement? With that said, what I'm wondering is, in seeing this basic little L-shaped plan, if they come back as a siding option, if they put siding, horizontal siding on this, trimmed it out, this might be something that would be of that sort of general vernacular realm, and you had some nice little rafter tails or something, and that's it. That could be a nice 30s, 40s.
Could it be a Craftsman?
Nondescript. It could work with a Craftsman, it could work with a Victorian, it could kind of be this little.
The one we're looking for?
Yeah, exactly. I think it could.
Droids you're looking for.
Is this?
Yeah, generic, simple, and,
across the various
yeah,
styles.
and anything that's wood, Victorian Craftsman, even
Yeah.
some of the others this would probably be low-key and just tucked to the back. But it would-
Question though, is this, said you weren't happy with the roof.
Yeah,
The
there
one we were
was-
looking at the last time was a flat roof. Now this is a gable.
Yes.
What?
So there was comments on the elevations that they looked weird, and we kind of didn't proceed on kind of this roof style. So we were just hoping that we would just have a different materiality for the parapet roof. But if you guys think that this roof style is acceptable, then
Could work with a
Yes.
slightly different twist to it.
yes.
No, I didn't, it's a simple building, so it's not going to have a very complicated roof.
Yeah.
It's not a huge gable. I don't have any problem with the
No,
roof.
I don't either. I
There
like
was
it.
a comment. It wasn't you. It was someone else
Yeah, 'cause
here.
I
It was
wasn't
the
here.
other-
I was
It was
watching
one
it
of those
at
It
home.
other
was-
review boards.
And it was they wanted both a gable and a hip roof,
Oh.
if I remember that correctly. But we just left it as is.
I don't see any problem with it.
Because I thought in the minutes that we referenced it as red top. What's the material? of
This-
the roof?
So this one's asphalt shingles.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Because the Spanish is the other one we just looked
Yeah.
at.
So
But
I
this
think you
one,
just
could
dial
this
this
one?
little more towards the wood siding and the simple
And could
vernacular.
the vertical, almost like a breezeway, what is it called, a breezeway? The vertical which is very,
I was thinking of getting rid of those.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. If we got rid of that, then does this now start working for what we really
Yeah.
need, which is and maybe we want them to put horizontal siding on it, and there we are,
Yeah.
we're done.
Horizontal siding and window
Corner
trim.
trim.
And corner
And
trim.
then we would be removing this trellis concept.
Yeah,
correct?
Yes.
yeah, just remove that. Keep it simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I
then now
think in
it's a
general-
Craftsman.
That
Yeah,
is
it's
a lot more
or
flexibility.
yeah, in that family.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we can give them a few more comments, then maybe
Yes,
we're satisfying what they need, specific comments.
We gave him comments a month ago, and he comes back with no changes in the plans. Now we're going to comment more on it.
But it was a different thing
They
before.
were trying to
It
go a
was-
different
It was
direction,
a different
and
thing before, and we're now,
Why don't we just turn the screens off, have him blank, and sit here and talk to him?
Well, we are going to do that next.
Yeah, it's just not,
No,
this is
but it's not
bizarre,
for-
guys.
I know.
This
It
is simply
is.
bizarre.
I
It
agree.
is.
It's
It
not for
is.
approval, though, but where I think the motion's going is for this is our officially comments on it. You didn't do any drawings.
Yeah.
We're adding comments, do a twist to it to make this wood thing. And you're going to come back in
Yeah, come
in
back, yeah,
January
exactly.
and reapply,
just
but
Right.
we'll have the comments
one.
and you can work from there and we can
Right.
get, but you don't have to accept something that isn't drawn. So
Yeah.
that's the nice thing about it, but we can see him most of the way there with this, if we can do some
Yeah,
adjustments.
for
Right.
this one, it's mostly comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm wondering through staff, the other ones you mentioned earlier are coming back. Are they coming back before January?
Commissioner Uli, yes, they are. We really don't have any
And
additional
can you
agenda
tag him on
space.
that
We,
that agenda?
We
Or
can
can
look
you
into
check?
it. We can look into it, but I've been.
Because this one's so close, we just need graphics.
Right, and you know, we would need to verify with the applicant that they're okay with that, but
Yeah.
it's something we could consider.
Either
I
next,
don't wanna
or that,
guarantee it,
or
though.
next year.
He says yes.
So close.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have time to
Yeah.
fix this one.
No, that is understandable. So, but at least this, it doesn't, like, the architecture world doesn't end December 31st, so.
It doesn't?
Although, you have to submit your plans before then.
Oh, yeah.
Chair Grumbine,
You're assuming you could be appointed, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, well.
It could end, yeah, it could be, actually get a lot easier. It could get a lot easier for everyone. You can have your one grumpy one gone.
we are commenting, because he was confused about, because we're not the only board that they went to. So they got other information about the roof. We're good with the roof.
If you go in this wood direction.
Right. So
For our jurisdiction.
we're good with the roof, and we would like to see it with the horizontal siding, the trim on the corners, the no muntins. Or no, do we want muntins? Because now we want muntins.
I think we want muntins.
We want muntins.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, because it's going to be,
Actually, it would probably be more like double hung, actually, in terms of.
Not sliders.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, look at double hung and look at some examples.
Or casement.
Yeah. So that's good.
Okay.
All right, so is it those comments? So I think it's a denial with those comments, and then and for us to hopefully come back and get us something that we can work with the wood variety.
Hopefully my boss sends me back.
Yeah, tell me right there.
Yeah.
Okay, does that, everyone?
And
So
remove,
we need a
remove the
vote for that.
trellisy thing.
But we need public comment, although this is one item, but okay. All right, yeah, and with removing the trellis as well. Okay, so we need a motion for a denial with those comments.
So moved.
Second.
All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye,
Motion passes.
all right, thank
Isn't
you.
it like a positive, negative, you're voting no?
Yes, we're like.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, no.
You got it. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget this.
All right, we are on to item 5, continued item pre-approved accessory dwelling unit. Proposal for a pre-approval, an 800 square foot, 1-story detached accessory dwelling unit designed with a gable roof in Spanish style. Request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval with conditions or denial. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors would be approved as shown on the plans or to match the primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. Design was last reviewed July 17th, 2024. Welcome. And if you can introduce yourself again for the record, and then we'll go through the meeting minutes or the motion from last time, and then you can take it away and show us what you have changed and, what's different.
Bye-bye.
Aye. All right, we still have a quorum, so let's do this.
Hello, I am Adam Stickles.
Great.
And my project was the 800 square foot Spanish style.
Okay, great. So the motion was,
Took it over on it.
Motion was to continue design option A indefinitely with the following comments. Lower the chimney and eliminate the tile running across the eave line. 2, move the chimney to the corner and remove the flaring at the corner. 3, study Spanish style chimney examples and return with a couple of options. 4, eliminate the light fixture on the wall of the back patio and study more Spanish lighting. 5, the wall on the left side of the entry door should be at least 8 inches wide. 6, study a decorative element for the entry door opening. 7, change the door to a V-groove vertical board with wood or appropriate Spanish style. 8, add a pendant light to the door alcove. 9, change the windows to 6 lights instead of 4. 10, center the downspout between the front door and the window. 11, add a tool drip on the inside of the window heads. 12, study more traditional Spanish style lighting. The motion was by Butler, the second was by Drury, 6-0-0. Jordan, Uli, and McClure were absent. The motion carried. All right,
I
so.
was watching that same hearing, by the way.
All right, great. So why don't you walk us through, show us how you answered the comments?
Same pages as before that are representative of site plans and existing floor plans, but here on the materials board, we have the pendant light and the Spanish-style lights that you were requesting to look at. So we have specs for those and the styles that are matching and going with there. We also did change the concrete patio style to a tiled patio to match more existing as to what's going on in the back. And the front door was changed, which we are going to get to. Site plan representative. So now there are 2 floor plan options based on that there was going to be a chimney option and fireplace and then a no fireplace and chimney option where the corner fireplace was eliminated and an island was added on the interior side. Electrical. And these renderings are just of the one with the chimney. So here we're seeing the backside again, and then the front, where the chimney was changed to align completely with the back wall with a different type of option, and it was lowered down to come closer just above the ridge line. Here we see it better in the back, where the back wall, the light that was previously here was eliminated, and this light fixture that was already there is remaining and changed to Spanish style. The tiling around the chimney was eliminated and still, once again, shortened. Roofing. And these are the elevations with chimney. So we are seeing chimney. The front door entry was changed with the pendant light and then now an archway inside the already existing arch with a singular window on there if we wanted to zoom in. But and then windows were centered, which was a comment before that the windows need to be centered more on the wall that they were facing. These are without the chimney. So in the back, eliminated, brought the roof line back to the edge, and still representative. The back door did get changed with this, so the lights were still the same to match across, but the back door to expand on the lighting that we were gaining from the no fireplace, to elaborate on that with a bifold. And then details for what's going on. And as far as the drip edge goes, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all I have to present.
Great. All right.
You're a patient man sitting through these hearings.
Next time you get to go first. Wait, there is no next time, right?
This is
Okay. So, okay, well, let's open public comment now.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I currently do not have any speaker slips, nor do we have any virtual participants, and we did not receive written correspondence for the item. Back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner, we'll do questions and comments all together. Any?
Well, I'll jump in. I like it. I think there are a couple of technical issues I can see. One related to the fireplace. I know that the comment was to lower it, but I don't think you're going to be able to, because I think you got to be 10 feet. The 10-foot rule is going to drive that fireplace up.
We were able to accomplish that because it is a fake chimney. It's not real.
So what is the fireplace? Is just like a
It's just a
vent?
visual, and on
Is
the
it a
board's-
gas unit, just like heater, or?
And on the board's recommendation to drop the chimney down instead of having it 2 feet above the ridge line.
How does it vent?
Don't know.
Out the back?
Out the back. Little
So
hole.
there's going to be a vent on the, like a dryer vent on the back of the wall with a fake chimney?
And that's the other option would be to do it as a wood, in which case that'll pop
Yeah.
the.
Well, you can put a water heater flue up, and it doesn't have to be 2 feet above.
Yeah, inside the chimney.
Yeah, but you don't have to raise the chimney to
Yeah,
do it.
because it's not a fireplace.
It's not a fireplace.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's better than having a vent poke out the back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, you were just saying vented out of the chimney. Oh, got it, yeah.
Yeah, we're on,
Yeah.
rarely. I was going to suggest, if it was a real fireplace, which would be kind of nice, but I think they're going to be illegal soon, aren't they?
Yeah, but that's in the courts,
Yeah.
so, but it'd probably be better than.
Because it's a flat ceiling, you could jog the flue up and get the chimney to the ridge, and it would be much more pleasant, I think. Anyway, generally, I like it.
Other,
Me too.
yeah. Everyone else like it?
Yeah, this is a well-done,
Yeah.
a well-done scheme. I don't, I don't think the light fixtures are there yet, but it's a well-done scheme. I think it's a good deal, either way. I look at the one without the fireplace, the elevation, and that window that you have there, it seems large in elevation, but so what, you know? The one above with the fireplace, the sliding glass door is a nice size. And it's, you have such a traditional building that large opening is a little strange, but it's okay.
But it's a pass?
It's okay,
It
yeah.
could be 3 panels?
Yeah,
right?
it's okay, no problem. I'd move for approval to go home and have a cocktail.
All in one motion.
Are you pouring for everybody, or?
All right, it sounds like it's all, in general, everyone's supportive. The one, I had the light fixture thought too. I mean, we could, so just as a clarification on that, you're going into the Spanish style, but the fixture itself that you're selecting is, it looks sort of like what Home Depot would think of as Spanish. And it would be like a kind of quasi. So I think it'd be nicer to have it a little bit nicer, a little bit more wrought irony and less sort of
Maybe
cast
square
molding.
instead of round.
But I think we could also do what we did in the other one, which is a condition in that the picks from a fixture that's already been approved by a project that's been approved by us. So you can just kind of look through and find one that works, and then that'll work.
Perfect.
Okay, and so I think that's,
Is that a motion, really?
I would,
yeah.
I would move
To
that.
recommend to staff for
We
approval.
recommend to staff that this
With
is
the
an
condition.
approved project with the request that the applicant further explore appropriate exterior light fixtures.
And just select from ones that we've previously.
Yeah, and it's like from ones that we've previously dealt with,
Okay.
period,
Mr.
end.
Chair,
Yeah.
I just have a question. So, did you widen the left side of the door entry, the wall there on both sides?
No, I did not end up widening the framing. I was going to wait until structural got a look.
That'll be made a little bit more substantial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
At the entry?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to add that in?
Yes.
Okay. With that addition, that,
Just ask for 8 inches or
yeah,
a foot.
to get to at least 8 inches thick on the left side of the front entry. Okay. All right. With that, any other? Oh, so you second it now? Good. And the firster of it approved? Okay. All right, under discussion, any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, well done. And I think that's it, so we can adjourn. Woo.
Thank